When last we left the adventure, all the way over there, we had found a Pandaren village attacked by some outer scouts of Yongle. As we moved further into the steppes, we found more and more villages had been knocked over by recent Yongle raids. Moving even further west, we discovered that the Yongle had started establishing camps and drilling for oil, which meant they were here to stay, or at least were trying to. We destroyed those camps, making sure they couldn't stay, but when we get further west, we found that the Yongle were just rampaging and killing indiscriminately. That's because the Yongle who made it through were only the disparate and distant elements of what actually managed to survive the initial assault. Because over here is the bottleneck. This valley, and the gate, which we'll go look at in just a second here. This is the only real way in, and the Yongle have been attacking this in spades. The overwhelming majority of the Yongle forces who are attacking Kunlai all died here. So everything we've been dealing with in the whole zone is just the stragglers. You see these giant piles of corpses? Yeah, that's not just for show. They also have siege weapons called tree launchers. I think that speaks for itself.
Yeah?
By the way, as a reminder, I'll need some people soon. Very soon. Good to see you made it back in one piece. Thanks to your help with the barrels, I've managed to brew up a good surprise for our Yongle friends at the front.
Mm-hmm.
When I trained as a brewmaster, I didn't expect to use my knowledge like this. Did you know beer catches fire when lit? Well, with a Yongle oil mixed in, it's downright explosive. I've mixed the oil in the kegs, roll them at the Yongle, and ignite when it gets close. It'll take a few seconds for the keg to blow. When it does, let's just say I wouldn't want to be here. Which is why I'll be over here, mourning the loss of the brew.
See you.
Aw. I'll go and toss another one down here. I should probably mention the Yongle outnumber the Pandaren. Probably 200 or 300 to 1 here. But the Pandaren have a very defensible position. And, again, the incredible bottleneck. And tons of resources with which to use. Like these.
What's going on?
That was an explosion. Several, in fact. Sad my beer has to go, but at least we're safe for now.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard back from Suna on the wall. Something's going on.
See you.
Alright, let's... Oh, they're actually retreating. Okay. Yeah, no, they were never going to push through here. It really should be mentioned that the Pandaren are holding this line without reinforcements. That's a major plot point that's shown up 3 times in this zone. They keep reaching...
The Yongle warlord shows his face. Come, let's finish this.
We keep reaching out for reinforcements from the Shadowpan, and they keep not happening. That's why we're here. Our assistance is what turns the tide of this battle, if we're being honest. It's a great combination of things. So this prompts the automatic question. Why are the Yongle so desperate to push through here? What is so worth losing this many numbers just to push their way through this gate?
I have a plan.
Well, the lieutenant is dead, and I think we finally pushed them out of Kunlai, but at what cost? So many dead. Lin captured. I will not allow Terran Zu to continue to ignore his charge.
Goodbye. Be well. Lao Jin, we have won the day. Why are you weeping?
All those barrels are some of my finest brew. At least it went out in a blaze of glory.
Wait. Where's Lin?
I thought he was with you.
Where is my husband?
He must have pursued the fleeing Yongle while we intercepted their leader.
I'm going ahead. I will see you on the other side. I hope.
Patience, Suna. If we march into Townlong alone, we compound our problems. We must focus on the monastery and get reinforcements.
And that's a very good question, Blade Taval.
It is
We'll
best.
follow through on that question briefly.
Goodbye.
First, we have a dungeon to do. Do I have dungeon people, by the way? This has simply gone too far. I cannot ignore our abandonment any longer. After... Yeah, tell me about it, WoW! After all that's happened here and all you've been through in Firebow, we must travel to the monastery. Whatever they're doing can wait. We can take my balloon up the monastery. It's anchored by the camp.
Be well. Do you seek my counsel?
Listen, Yura. I need more dungeon people, okay?
Hello. Goodbye. As a stranger to these lands, you may not be familiar with the Shadowpan. Our charge is an ancient one, dating back to the time of Xiao Hao, our founder and the last emperor of Pandaria. Dark energies embrace this land. Anger, hatred, fear, doubt. These negative emotions can manifest in physical form. We call this dark energy Sha. It is our sacred duty to monitor and imprison the Sha, to defeat it wherever it darkens the hearts of our people. In all my years, I have never seen the Sha so active as when your soldiers landed on our shores. Pandaria does not have a standing army. We, the Shadowpan, are its first and only line of defense. Tyron Zu leads the Shadowpan as his father did before him, but he has elected to close our monastery gates. Why? We must find out. Without the Shadowpan, Pandaria will surely be engulfed in darkness.
Oh, that's good to hear, Papa Neeks. I was just about to ask. Couldn't even finish the cutscene before you were ready to go. So I messaged you about 3 minutes ago, Mr. Red.
We meet again. Be well.
I simply refuse to believe the guards will not grant us entry. Come, let's go talk to the Sentinel.
Goodbye.
Notice that all of the Grummels, which are the source of information and resources, are also being turned away at the gate, by the way. And I know that this probably doesn't mean much to some of you, but more than literally anything else, this is the thing that made me go, wait, what? You're turning away, you know, the delivery service and the information carriers. No, post, in other words. What the hell is going on in this monastery? And, well, you could probably see the dungeon flag up there. Or dungeon portal, rather.
We must not falter.
I demand an audience with Terenzu.
Watch the shadows.
You demand? Who are you to make demands of the Shadowpan? What? Well, have fun with the friend people. Here. Oh my gosh.
It is best to be prepared.
This is worse than I imagined. The monastery itself has been compromised.
Be well.
This is unspeakable. If the monastery has been taken over by the Shah, we will need a great effort to purge the monks inside.
Goodbye.
Gather a group of allies.
Inside the monastery.
And remember where the... There it is. There's the summoning stone. And now I need people. At least 2. You know, truth be told, I'm not sure if the Shadowpan is actually short for anything. Hey, Spartan. Apparently in Pandaren, it actually stands for Sword in the Shadows. Huh. I mean, that makes sense. When we finally actually watch the Burdens of Shao-Ho, you will actually watch the foundation of the Shadow Pan. And I know I've complained about this a lot, but I really wish it was actually in the game so I could review it. At this point, I just need people. I think we could probably do this with 5 DPS if we really wanted to. As much as I'm not a fan of it, normal mode has become easy mode. Which I wouldn't mind if there was another option. Say, you know, normal mode. Or hard mode. But I've complained about that enough and given many negatives to it. Wait a minute, this helmet looks stupid! I cannot abide a stupid-looking helmet.
Oh, I have just the thing, Wanderer.
I'll put up with a lot of stupid-looking things, but helmet, no joy. There we go. Now that's the helmet of a rogue. We're probably layered
Your feet find
because of
good
the quests
trails.
here. That's part of why I wanted to keep doing Kunlai on Silver Furs, because this is... We're officially back into MSQ territory here. Shadowpan Monastery, Spartan. Like, we had our little breather section down in the Crassring Wilds and the Valley of the Four Winds. Kunlai starts off seemingly unrelated, but then we see the attack of the Zul Confederacy, which is main plot. And now we see that the Yongle are pouring out, and again, main plot. No, I haven't, Blade Troll. I thought about switching in mid-stride, but I didn't want to screw with anything. I could have. I hit max level like 2 zones ago. And as I've demonstrated, I could literally just switch characters and continue off where I left, but I didn't want to screw with anything, just in case. I do apologize for how boring it is to watch me play a WoW. If it makes anybody feel any better, I haven't gotten bored of playing WoW yet. Go ahead and grab Papaneeks. And the red of Mister. Hey, Ross. So what do you think? Do you think Season 4 of Voyager's really going to pull the win? Like, it's definitely a contestant, I'd say. I'm going to be amused if Season 4 of Voyager is better than any season of TNG. I really am. Did that invite not go to Mr. Red? Cannot find player. Yeah, that's because he's on Bloody Bastard. Like, invite. Hello, game. That's really weird. Did Tuvix deserve to die? Tuvix deserved to die, and he must incredibly die. Yeah, part of the problem is combat in WoW, even on Quest, especially in Pandaria, which, you know, the scaling has been actually difficult, involves making several decisions every second in every fight. So I have this habit of going quiet when I'm doing that, because, you know, I'm busy. I'm trying to survive. Like, you've seen how many times I've come close to, and have actually died, just questing. Which is great, by the way. I'm actually really happy about that. But the point is that that probably doesn't make for a very entertaining stream when I just kind of go quiet and, you know, focus on hitting things in the right order at the right time. And then occasionally screw up and die. The next classes we'll be playing are Mage, which might actually be a little bit more visceral for you. And Shaman, which we've actually already played. Partially Shaman, primarily Mage, to be more specific. I have this horrible feeling. There's Spartan. That I'm not going to be able to, I'm pretty sure I'm the only one on this side. You guys are going to have to summon each other. I don't think I can be a part of any of that. So Shaman can be full melee, or no, sorry, full caster, or partial melee, partial caster. That's an elemental or enhancement, respectively. He can also be a healer, obviously. That is one of the, well, I don't want to call it a downside, but one of the downsides of Rogue is you can be a melee, or a melee. Now, all three play very differently, as I think I've demonstrated. Outlaw is very focused on utility, ranged, and its build-up is completely different. Subtlety is constantly having a different tool for the situation, and using those to constantly throughput combo points. It is extremely bursty. Assassin, at some point I'll show off Assassin, I swear. Alright.
We meet again. Be well.
Our Lord Terenzu has been overcome by a Shaw of pure hatred. The whole monastery has been lost. You must find a way to free him of this possession.
Goodbye.
Alright, brain dead pools, let's do it!
Dispose of these insolent outsiders.
Okay, okay. Just thinking for a second, sorry. This. The only other melee class of substance we've gone through so far is Warrior. Now, I never did the walkthrough of how Warrior is like I did with Rogue the other day.
The Shadow Pan need no outside aid. Remove these interlopers.
That doesn't sound like hatred, that sounds like pride. Ugh. That would suck, wouldn't it? A Shaw of pride. Probably one of my greatest regrets about the rewrite is that we cannot include Tuvix in it, and will not.
Weaklings! Let me make room for this!
Whoop, whoop. We have some friends.
Approach! Your death awaits!
Okay. Well, let's see how this goes then.
Let me show you my power! Come to me, serpent! Together, we will destroy these intruders!
Come on, come on. God, I'm actually energy starved. That's insane.
Serpent, charge me with your power!
Whoa there, whoa there, whoa there. Jade Serpent. Shaw infused Jade Serpent, but Jade Serpent nonetheless. Ooh, that hurts, that hurts.
The energy is strong!
Oh god, I can't remember how to use Magnetic Shield. It's been so long since I've actually had to do that mechanic.
No, no, do not fail me!
And then phase 3, which is just him hitting like a truck and the entire group simultaneously. This is a gear check right here. You got through the first phase, you got through the second phase. Now, can you hang long enough to kill him in the third phase? Down he goes.
Even together, we failed.
Also, no, Lenirov. Hey, Zar. I'm technically not feeling super great today, but it's actually very... Well, let me explain this differently. So obviously, the servers were down. So I went ahead and, was getting some errands done. I also slept in very late, kind of on purpose. I will freely admit the reason I slept in so late was because I was playing Satisfactory with PAX. I would like to say I feel bad about that, but I'm not a very good liar. Either way, I got up, went and got some errands done. All the stuff I need to do. It's just my Tuesday morning now is errand day. I did finally get my stupid package. 2 weeks... Up. 2 weeks delayed now. The woman who was there actually complained about it. Oh, hey, people who we don't actually kill. Holy crap. That's cool. I'll bore you with tales about Satisfactory later, but right now, the relevant part is I got up, got my stuff, got my things, got home, and for a combination of reasons, the humidity here in my room had drifted down to like 15%. So even though I'd been up and walking and talking like all morning, I got down here and just started mass coughing because I was just too dry. So the humidifier is now sitting right there next to me in order to try and compensate for that. Also, I'm curious of you clarifying that, Mr. Rudd. Yeah, the temperature did go down to like the 20s last night.
The Shah to reawaken after all these years.
We did this.
If you truly wish to undo what your kind have wrought upon our land, you must first prove yourselves here in our school. First, you will face our initiates.
Okay, I'll prove my
When
worth.
one falls, another will rise to take their place.
Yeah, like I said, I actually had the humidifier going. It was just at the other end of the room. That just clearly wasn't doing it.
You have much to learn if you wish to defend your people from the Shah Initiate. Stand aside for your fellow students.
Interesting to note, every single one of these has a different mechanic. Well, let me clarify that. There are 3 mechanics that these all have. All of these are things that the boss will then use. Pandaria is the biggest expansion about using trash to tutorialize bosses. They walked away from this concept for some reason. I'm not actually sure why.
You have much
But I liked it.
You have much to learn if you wish to defend your people from the... You have bested our most junior of students. Now you will face 2 of my most senior. Flying Snow, Fragrant Lotus, step forward.
Also true as Mirror Star. Notice these also use those abilities.
You have bested my prize students. Perhaps you can be of use to us after all. As my master once said, you cannot truly know someone until you fight them. Come forward so that we may be properly introduced. Very well then, outsiders. Let us see your true strength.
Stop kicking me.
Skill with a weapon is but a physical manifestation of one's martial strength. Let me show you what spiritual power is. When I was but a cub, I could scarcely throw a punch. But after years of training, I can do so much more.
Run.
He body slammed me. He literally body slammed me. You a dick. You have proven yourself in battle. Still, if you would aid us further, I must ask something else of you. The Shah of Violence awaits beyond the sealed chamber. Destroy it, if you would earn my respect. So, the first Shah was a dungeon boss. The second Shah was an overworld quest boss. The third Shah was an overworld raid boss. This is now our fourth Shah, the Shah of Violence, who is also a dungeon boss. Are we just running? This is a terrible idea. We're gonna die. Alright, let's do it! Death mode, engage. Woo! Death mode. We're dead, by the way. I just want you to know. Like, the odds of a wipe here are, I'd say, near 80%. I gotta find where Mr. Red. Okay. I gotta zoom out the camera out so I can tell what the hell's going on. Alright. Okay. Right about here, and then we're gonna pop this. This. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is where it's at. This is where it's at. And we're dead! So, good showcasing of two things, which is why I don't mind doing this. First and foremost, this route we just did, you notice I only pulled 3 packs, by the way, is the most common route that people pick by a huge margin when doing this in LFR, or LFG, excuse me. And they almost always die because that's a really dumb idea. Second of all, mid-mission checkpoints. Yeah, we can handle 2 packs, but these guys hurt. They have casters who stay back and debuff, so it's hard to get them grouped into a portion of... into a nice bundle. We've got those guys who are doing that breath attack. Breath attacks are relatively easy to dodge, but they do an absolutely insane amount of damage. And if they hit you, they will kill you very quickly. There's also multiple of them doing that. They also have healers. Also, some of these detonate when they die. This is actually some legitimately mean trash. Which, as you might imagine, means I'm rather fond of it. And yeah, I wasn't joking. It was 1 pack we just did. We actually got a 2nd pack. But still, 1 pack, 2nd pack, and then the 3rd pack up by the bridge. That was only 3 packs that wiped us. And yeah, sorry, so Asmiristar said something valid. The upcoming boss is actually a mid-dungeon boss, not even the end of the dungeon. No, the person who's actually the final boss of this place is Taranzu. If you don't remember that name, that's okay. He is the face of the Pandaren we've been seeing for a huge portion of the thing, all the way since the beginning of the Jade Forest. He was the one who showed up for Captain Taylor, as well as General Nazgrim. And in both cases, was the one who helped to purify them of their initial Shah corruption. He has been a near universal ally. But when we got to this zone, he was arguing that we were nothing but violent, warmongers who needed to be purged from the island. You can already see where this is going. Now, while we get up to the next boss, I'm going to answer Volictum's question. Why did StarCraft Ghost get canned? So there's no one big reason, unless you count they didn't like the way the game was turning out to be. Little mini Shawlings. They didn't like how the game was turning out, so they canned it. But the reality of it is, the biggest single reason I would say is that too many people on the development team wanted it to be one game, a stealth-focused game, and too many people wanted it to be more like Halo. The two teams could not reconcile, and the game never cohesified. It never became concrete as a result. Though, they canned it. So this is the Shah of Violence. He's got a couple of fun things. First, Shawlings. Oh no, I've accidentally let them out. Oh no. What have I done?
Could not stop me. Neither shall you.
So he has a whirlwind attack, which hits like a truck. You only have a few seconds to get out of.
Violent death.
He also likes to do those spikes on the ground.
Run out.
Yeah, this thing. Okay, I need to deal with that guy. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. Notice that each of these trash you can fight alongside him are, as you might imagine, similar to the trash that we've been fighting this whole time. Breathers, casters, and of course, whoa, 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 whoa. Exploders.
So long as violence lurks in your hearts, I will return.
Sure thing, Illidan. Okay. That was the Shaw of Violence. This is some of my favorite trash. Check this out. These are the Vestiges of Hatred. These are invincible. You cannot kill them. But while I have aggro on them, someone else can wander over there. And, well, okay, Mr. Red can take the aggro. And I can wander over here and purify the dead corpse. Whoops, hang on. Gotta get yanked first. Okay, now to purify the dead corpse. This is such a fascinating concept and is great in lore and in gameplay. The reason those are invincible is because they're not there. They're just a vestige of hatred. All of that's coming from the slain. Right? So, from a gameplay perspective, you have to keep the trash busy while someone does the real job of actually getting rid of... We're not going to skip. No skipping! No skipping! No skipping! I'm not a frickin' pug. So someone has to do the job of keeping everything busy. But then also, did you see that void zone thing? That kind of adds another wrinkle to it, because those void zones are almost always on the spot which need to be purified. And those void zones don't do any damage whatsoever. Except periodically, they yank. Yanking, as you might imagine, pulls you away from doing the purification ritual. Do you notice that swirling thing? I just feel like pointing out, yet again, that all of these are mechanics that the upcoming boss is going to use, because the usage of trash in this dungeon is excellent. This is a damn good dungeon, by the way. I just gotta say. Like, even with the easy mode, this is still probably going to qualify for some gameplay positives. And yes, Kun Lai had 3 prime Sha. Violence, anger, and hatred. Ooh. Okay, gonna purify. Yeah, no, this is a great dungeon. And obviously very... Like, I've mentioned before how dungeons tend to be MSQ related. That could be argued and debated in some cases, but there's no arguing. This is MSQ. This is part of the main plot of the expansion. Ignoring the presence of 2 of the Prime Sha here, that's Taranzu up there. Right there. So, this is the funnest one. 2 hateful essences right next to the guy you gotta purify. These have to be dealt with first and foremost. And, thankfully, Mr. Red had a brain and pulled them back a little bit far. Because, oh, yeah, because stuff like that can happen. It's okay, we got them purified. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention. So obviously I like this gameplay-wise. But story-wise, it makes so much sense, because what happened was violence went through and murdered all these people. And then hatred took advantage of their horrible thoughts as they were dead.
Shadowpan are mine. Come forward and die by my hand, as all who oppose me shall, in the days to come.
So hatred took advantage of their literal hatred as they died, and used that in order to corrupt their spirit and their body in order to produce these abominations, which we then have to purify. And purifying the corpse is what gets rid of the abomination, because we allow the dead, the deceased, to have peace. In so doing, they can let go, and the hatred has nothing to hold on to anymore. It's brilliant stuff. So this guy does all the things we just saw. He's going to put those void zones on the ground. He's going to do the circle thing. But he's got one more mechanic, and that mechanic is... hatred.
Hatred will consume and conquer all!
So you happen to see that bar at the bottom of my screen there? I actually honestly hope it fills. In fact, I'm going to hold back a little bit.
Kill ads. Interrupt.
So there's a thing called, okay, so he does Rising Hatred, which is going to raise our hatred a lot.
Target you.
Now we have Haze of Hate. So if your hatred bars fills, it gives you Haze of Hate. Also, these things just yank you all over the place. Haze of Hate reduces your chance to hit by 90%, reduces the healing you do by 25%, and increases the damage you take by 20%. It is a universal debuff, but if you take a moment, you can meditate, purify yourself, and get out of it. Now, you still have to spend the time, and you can't be hit while you're doing that.
Interrupt.
Most players I know will actually go out of their way to go ahead and try to purify their hatred before they actually hit max hatred, but I want to show it off for you. Like, for example, you can purify right now, and if you start early, you don't have to stay out of combat as often, right? That's why it's more advantageous to pop that early. But you don't have to. You can wait if you want to. Especially if you're busy, like, say, the healer probably is.
No!
Then hatred does something strange. He runs. This is the first time we've seen anything like this.
Hatred has fled my body, and the monastery as well. I must thank you, strangers. The Shadowpan are in your debt. Now, there is much work to be done.
So we've never seen a Shah do anything intelligent like that before. They've been purely actionary, reactionary, animal level intelligence, low animal level of intelligence. For hatred to straight up flee like that, huh, that's interesting. Furthermore, there's another sea change here. Taran Zu is now essentially permanently in our debt. No, not in the debt of the Alliance or the Horde, in our debt. We have just earned a lifetime friend. And he is now going to be one of our staunchest allies for the entire rest of the expansion. And it makes so much sense. We charged into his monastery and saved as many of his people as we could, including he himself. Yeah, no, he bros up here. He recognizes what we have done for him, and he's like, yeah, okay. I got your back now. And yeah, all of a sudden, the scene in the Zwen's temple where he was arguing that we should be pushed off the island makes so much more sense. Because he was already infected by then.
Speak up.
Yeah, he even straight up says here, perhaps we were wrong about your people.
Goodbye.
I don't go that far. I thank you, rogue. I am cleansed of all hatred. Know that you are a hero of the Shadowpan. Now, part of the reason I say that this is absolutely, main plot is a lot of dungeons serve as the conclusory event for that zone, like we saw with the Jade Forest and with the brewery, right? But they're actually going to go above and beyond here. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a shortcut out of here. For all the good dungeon design this place has, I don't think it has a I can just walk out mode or a button. I don't remember there being one anyways. So, I have to slow mo our way out of here. It's not quite to the level of FF14, which is funny because FF14 wasn't even out yet when this dungeon was made, when this dungeon came out. But it's starting to get a little bit more along the lines of how FF14 approaches these kind of things. Hang on, I need to go murder Mr. Red really quick. There we go. Okay. Get out of here. Go farm frickin' anima, or whatever it is you're doing. By the way, thank you everyone for joining me, as always. So, FF14, that is to say ARR, which is the only FF14 that matters, came out during patch 5.3. If you don't remember which one that was specifically, that was the Darkspear Rebellion. It's actually funny, because if you think about it, that's almost perfectly timed. 5.1 and 5.2 were both very well received. And for good reason. They were knockout expansions. Or expansions. Patches. As we'll see when we get there. 5.3 was such a nothing burger that we're literally not going to cover it at all during this review stream. And it was a nice, long wait between 5.3 and 5.4. 5.4 added the Timeless Isle and the Siege of Orgrimmar. And that's it. This is Pandaria. Sorry. I said that wrong. 5 point whatever is Pandaria. 5... This is patch 5. We're currently doing patch 5.0. I can talk, I swear. But for such a huge drought of content, right when FF14 ARR came out, and I've complained about this before, the content drought in between Siege of Orgrimmar and Warlords coming out is one of the biggest they've ever had. And that's when FF14 started putting out its patches for ARR. So, yeah, FF14 was actually quite well positioned for that. No, I do not, Relictum, nor have I ever. So this is the Townlong steps. We've breezed through here briefly. But now we're actually going to do the zone proper-like. We do have a dungeon coming, but probably not for another hour or two. There will be no lunch break today for obvious reasons. The Townlong steps is fascinating, though. Because, you know, it looks pretty, and it looks like a step, and it's got these wonderful red trees. And these are Kaipari trees. Oh, no, there's no way, Linera. They were way too desperate and way too under the gun. And way too literally suffering from health issues because of how overworked they were. To do something like actually time the patch releases. Plus, nobody knew there was going to be that big of a content drought. No, it's pure coincidence. Go figure. Yeah, I was about to say, we know that they were specifically playing Pandaria to get ideas for the patch content of FF14. Go figure. Anyways, so as you can see, big rolling plains. And if you watch the terrain over there in, you know, the Dread Wastes, ignore all of the death and the goop and the Shaw. It's actually the same terrain as the Townlong Steppes, which makes sense. These two are both... I still want to hear your thoughts, Mr. Red. These two are both essentially the same zone, or at least they used to be. Nowadays, the Dread Waste isn't looking quite as good. We'll cover that in a minute, though. What I really want to talk about is these things. So these are Kaipari trees. These are absolutely ginormous, partially magical trees. They contain something called sap or amber, depending on who you ask. I'll go ahead and leave group to free you people. Thank you again, dungeon people. And yes, Vanilla was 1, BC is 2, Wrath is 3, Cat is 4, Pandaria is 5. We're currently on... 10? No, that's not right. Hang on. Warlords, Legion, BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, Kata, or War Within. Sorry, I don't know why I said Kata. So yeah, it's 11. That's all good, Spartan. See you around. Hi, Huthor. The only thing that's relevant about the Kaipari, other than the obvious cultural significance of absolutely ginormous magical trees, is they produce sap. Sap sounds like a minor thing, but think about it. It's very dense, magically infused sap from trees the size of skyscrapers. So, the Mantid have an entire cultural and technological bent designed around this sap. They call it Kaipari. That is to say, Kaiparite. Kaiparite, excuse me. And Kaiparite is what they base a huge amount of their technology on. I can actually show you it really quickly, because it's everywhere. Like, I could just look at any Mantid thing. You see this orange stuff right here? That's Kaiparite right there. Boom. If I were to go into one of the towns over here, you'd be able to see it as well. Mantid culture is absolutely fascinating. It's a shame we won't be showing off all of it, but that's the nature of the beast. So you can see how they've just got these Kaiparite crystals at the center of town, stuff like that. And you notice the waves of how they're channeling stuff into it. I know that probably doesn't look particularly significant, but if you pay attention, you notice it's got this sound way of looking to it, and that's because it is literally sound waves. Kuiperite is very resonant. And so a huge portion of Mantid society, culture, and technology, which includes magic, is all focused around audio. Sound mages, for lack of a better way to put that. And that, I don't know, I just find that fascinating. I found the idea of an entire people developing down the sound tree of the tech tree is just really cool to me. But anyways. Yeah, their voices are also very unique. We'll get there, though. We'll get there. We're skipping a little bit ahead. I just kind of wanted to talk about the Kaipari. But you're probably wondering about the Yongle. Well, here's the deal. The Yongle live over here on the Townlong steppes. They drill up oil, they fight each other, they live off fairly harsh land, but they also have to constantly deal with the fact that their southern neighbors are the Mantid. And with that sentence alone, you could probably very suddenly understand why the Yongle have been pushing north to the point of suicidal in order to try and get past the wall. Yeah, the Mantid, we've literally, as of this point in time, if you've been paying attention, already seen the foreshadowing about what's going on with the Mantid. We saw that at the Battle for Stoneplow. So, we just saved his life in the Shadowpan Monastery.
We are outnumbered, but not outwitted.
He immediately pins you with his steel gaze. You bear the marks of many a past battle. Good! We need seasoned people like you to help hold the front. We've managed to secure a foothold here, but the Yongle are desperate to remove our presence. If you wish to prove your worth, go down the hill. Show the Yongle we will not back down.
Stay focused. Keep your passions.
Lord Terran, our foothold here is secure. We should take the first opportunity to attack.
I disagree. We cannot underestimate the Yongle's strength.
We already have them on the defensive. Even as we speak, their numbers weaken.
As do ours. Do you not see the number of our injured? Do you forget how many have been taken prisoner?
I do not. You are the one who forgets. My husband is one of the captives.
Settle down, you two. We have much to do. Getting Lin out alive is one of our top priorities.
And yeah, you'll notice that Taranzu is suddenly much more cautious than he has been in the entire expansion. Which makes a lot of sense. Not just because of everything, but because of what he literally just went through. Like, this is hours, maybe a day after the events of the monastery. Maybe one sister after the monastery.
I didn't get a text.
You weren't on Discord, so I didn't poke you there, and you weren't on Battle.net, so I didn't poke you there.
Okay, so I have Discord on my phone.
Okay.
I have Battle.net on my phone. I have this great app called WhatsApp.
What? What
on
app?
My phone.
What app?
And you saw me take tubs up.
Okay.
Do you still need me?
Well, ironically, yes, but not for like an hour and a half or two. Okay. Next one will be the siege of oh god, I can't remember what it is.
What level do I have to be?
35 to 67. Siege of Nizao, that's it. Which I know I'm pronouncing wrong, and god, I don't even care. They only say the word like once in the whole expansion, and I don't remember how they pronounced it. What?
We are the Watchers.
See, I don't agree with that, Huthor, but I'm not sure exactly when he was possessed by the Shaw of
What's
Hatred.
the shadow?
That was see that?
Oh,
Yeah, they're launching trees at us.
with arrows attached to them.
Now, the funny thing is that sounds like a joke, but actually, well, it doesn't have the name over it, but these things are literally called tree launchers. See? Hey, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, today the server was down, so I went ahead and got some errands done.
At least I didn't get a text from your totally real girlfriend in Canada.
Oh man, she was just like all over the place, being like, "Hey,
You were gone.
this is a real thing that is real." Look, I'm not good at lying. I can see you are capable. I hope to rely on your talents in what is to come.
Hold fast against the shadow. Do not succumb.
Now that we have had time, don't do that.
Darkness.
Now that we have had
Rather me
time,
wipe it on your chair?
no, but
Exactly.
I have Kleenex right here. Now that we have had time to assess our enemy's weakness, it is time for us to deal the Yongle a direct blow. Go and confront Osul Sharphorn on the mesa to the west. Let them know that we are here and we are not scared of their threats.
Remain centered.
If there's one thing every army needs, it's a supply line. The enemy camp to the west contains a large beast herd which serves as the Yongle army's main source of food. Luckily for us, the Yaks and Mushon beasts are easily scared. Sneak in, give them a good slap. Watch the results.
Our fellowship.
The results. Lion King. Remember that scene? You don't remember that scene? Gosh. Lion King.
Yeah. I have no idea what slap.
She doesn't remember. Oh my gosh.
I'm blaming it on your descriptive skills because
I accept that.
you frequently say things that you're like, this is the most obvious thing in the world. And it's like, wow, how did you
Look.
even...
When the Osul tribe goes to war, they coat their spears and arrows with highly flammable, ever-burning pitch. They use this terrible weapon to shed not only blood, but to raise the homes of
I
their
have
enemies.
my phone in my pocket, which has all of the ways you can contact me on it.
Okay. Look, I didn't want to be a bother, because you weren't on anything.
Hey, Third!
He's...
I know, he's at work. And he doesn't really watch your show anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, what?
No, I was going to say, hey, Third, write me an app that's just called
Oh, yeah.
More Runner Contact Six.
It's just a big red button. I just go, poop. What's funny is I can tell you how to script that. It would be really easy.
The problem would be getting it onto.
Yeah.
And then I'm Android.
Yeah. No, what I do is I do it on the website. I have like a hidden page on the website, and I just manually go there, and there'd be a big button. I just go, boop.
Or tell a viewer, hey, one of y'all, go hit the call sis button.
Oh my god.
Only that would be very bad.
That would be really bad, yeah. Let's not do that.
Do
have
not
to, like,
succumb.
get-
There is a
get, like, a-
situation to the south that requires my immediate attention. When you are finished with your duties, report to Ban Berhard. I am leaving him in command for the duration of the mission here. I will see you again soon.
So, Luthor said... I'll come back to Mr. Red's thing in just a second. By the way, did you notice Lynn's gone and Ban? The only one left here is Taushi and Yalia. Huh. Anyways. Oh yeah, he leans on Ban pretty hard, because Ban was the one who held the wall. I know you're probably not paying attention to names, but Ban was the one who held the wall over here when we were defending against it, and the one who came with us to the monastery to be like, what the hell? Where are our freaking reinforcements? So, yeah. So Uthor says it was a lapse in control that weakened his resolve and made him more susceptible to hatred. I still disagree with that, but I don't have any evidence of it. In other words, to put it more clearly, I just like my idea better than yours, even though both of these ideas are equally valid. And that's my overall thought on that. In other words, Uthor, you win. Now, here's what Mr. Red said. Hang on, I gotta get my best Mr. Red voice going here.
I mentioned that Pandaria is the most Warcraft of all Warcraft expansions, other than War Within.
That's not Mr. Red's voice at all. Mr. Red talks like this, yes. I guess that's kind of misleading, because a lot of it is about the kind of deconstructive of what Warcraft is about. Oh crap, I need to be paying attention. Arguably, on a mere aesthetic level, Warlords is more Warcraft than MOP. But what made Pandaria has... hang on, misread that. But what MOP... But what Pandaria has is the purest distillation of WoW's tone I've ever seen. I can elaborate, but you know exactly what I mean. And the same is for War Within. BFA claimed to go back to WoW's roots, and it failed at that, even on an aesthetic level. I agree with that. And yet, Pandaria is far more of a successful anti-war expansion, has more distinct aesthetics that are decidedly more Warcraft. I don't really know how better to convey this, because the idea is somewhat ephemeral. But Warcraft as a setting only truly started being Warcraft at this point. It takes the bones of what Vanilla Cata made in a tonal sense, and makes it come into its own. If Riker's Beard heard you say that, he'd probably pop a gasket. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Ugh. It's okay, I had 8% of my health left there. I'm gonna grab some mage food, holy crap. Mr. Red was always a gnome! Yeah, that's the other thing. It is within the realm of possibility that Taran Zu has been infected with hatred since before we saw him. We don't actually know that. Again, we don't know. We don't know when he became fully infected with hatred. I will say this, hatred is not subtle. So it's entirely possible that he was influenced by hatred before he was possessed by hatred. Because once you're possessed by hatred, it's really obvious. Like, we didn't even hear Taran Zu talk during the fight against him. That was just listening to the Shaw of Hatred be like, I'm going to kill everyone! Mwahaha! I think the real setting are there from Vanilla to Cata. But Pandaria is the first time I think WoW truly believes in its story, and is one of, if not the, definitive WoW story. I also will agree that the world building is really high tier in Pandaria, and it's a cliche to say it, but the world of Warcraft has always been one of the most fascinating things about them. And I mean, Pandaria breathes world building. I haven't given any world building positives yet. And at some point... Oh, Jesus! Okay. I can make that work. Maybe. 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 Oh, that was close. 0.7% health. I actually popped cheat death there. Holy crap. My mage food. Eat my mage food. Just take a settle. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, I log in. The uncle's like, hey! Where did you come from? Crap. Looks like I have only given world building positives for the Grumbles and the Mogu so far. I need to think about this. I'm trying really hard not to argue with you, Huthor, because my mentality is, and has been for literal years at this point, we'll see when we get there. Like, I've even mentioned this. I'm trying really, really hard to walk in as neutrally as possible, because I hated BFA when it came out. Like, I hated it. Actually despised it. But that was a long time ago. Blizzard's in a different place. The game's in a different place. Better place, if I might be so bold. Oh, nice, Fife. That's good to know, because I'm probably going to go ahead and not actually renew my Adobe subscription, which is due, like, in a week. One thing I love about that attack, and I bet you missed, I'll try to call it out next time, Blade Interval. So the secret technique there is that I'll go ahead and I'll be like, hey, haha, and I kill someone. But no, thank you. I don't need food. I have my mage food. I got myself mage food. But anyways, it's the way it actually works. It looks cool in my opinion, but also is cool. You have to kind of plan around it. That's why you do it first, because you do the attack, and you're gonna have to wait with me for the cooldown to come back here. There we go. So next mob, I'll show it off because this guy's too low health to really properly show this off. Okay, so you do the attack, and there's this whoosh. Then nothing happens, and then like you see those little whips, those shadow whips that happen. The actual damage hits a couple of seconds after you actually do the attack itself. So it's a little bit of like do a combo, pause, and then bam! I just love that. Also, that's actually, so does DaVinci not support H.264? That's what I usually output to over in, Premiere, and it's fine. My file size isn't super large. So what's the issue?
We should attack.
Well done, Silverfur. I hope you show those cretins no mercy. No mercy! No mercy!
Farewell.
Oh! Popping my back.
Do you seek my counsel? Be well.
It's more or less directly popping my spine there. I saw those animals trailing dust from up here. This Yongle are still probably wondering what happened.
Goodbye.
Ah! New helmet. The Yongle are not content to merely defeat their enemies. No, they would rather destroy than decimate them.
Be well. Goodbye.
The Yongle siege weapons. Those ballista spear throwers are tearing apart our defenses at the Yongying outpost and Kunlai. Those terrible weapons must be destroyed. Take these explosives. I've already covered them in the pitch you just collected. Toss them at the ballistas and we'll give the Yongle a taste of their own medicine.
Be well.
Until next time.
Somewhere in the cages in the Osel camp is my husband, Lin. He is the light of my world. Please find him and return him to me. And save as many of our fellow Shadowpan as you can as well. You should find the keys off of the Marauders.
Stay alert.
Ahead of us, the main thrust of the Yongle army.
We should attack them now, Ban, while their eyes are set upon the gates of Kunlai.
Lord Terran Zu just departed with the majority of our soldiers. Attacking now would be foolish.
Have you forgotten that they are holding my husband prisoner? Time is running out.
Patience, Suna. I share your desire to stop the Yongle, but I must consider every soldier, not just your husband.
Tja! Why did Terran leave you in charge? You would have us cower in our bedsheets until the Yongle break down our very door.
Lower your voice. It's no wonder Terran did not pick you for command. You take too many risks.
But Lin is down there.
We will save him, Suna. I promise.
Oh, don't say that.
Courage guide you.
Don't ever say that. So there's this one weird Yongle who's just chained up down here.
Leave me be.
What is there to say, stranger? I fought Jungduk and lost. I was a fool to believe he would fight fairly. Now my own brothers turn against me, and here I am speaking to our enemies. I know you have come for Osel blood. I only ask that you hunt down the three who betrayed me. Urang, who poisoned my drink, Kutong, who bent my spear, and Batat, whose dagger slipped into my side as my victory was assured. Do this and I can die in peace.
Goodbye.
Listen, Eva, if you don't promise me that you will lift the southern continent into the air in 5 seconds! So let's see. I think I can actually show that off really quick. Hang on. Hit the stream brakes. Hit the stream brakes. That's gonna be somewhere around here. There it is. I think this is the Autumn Druid set. I can actually go pull a druid. If this isn't the Autumn Druid set, I don't know what is. Guys, I think Spartan's completely insane. It's just making stuff up now. Yeah, what'd you feel about Siren Isle? Keeping in mind, I haven't even touched it yet. Have not even gone out there yet. Not going to do it for probably another month or 3. That just says a lot about how I'm not a typical WoW player, isn't it? Yeah, sure, I could go do the modern content, but I'm busy playing Pandaria. In fairness, I am reviewing Pandaria, but, you know. Oops. Yeah, it should work out. I should probably mention, I really didn't like the Forbidden Reach. Now, granted, I'm a little bit biased, because, you know, I've done the meta for the Forbidden Reach. Oh, well, that's good to know. This is when you say it's almost as good as the Timeless Isle, and that's when I lose all hope.
Pandaria conceives a great darkness.
So I tried to answer your question, Spartan, but I couldn't find the set in question. So I'm afraid technically I did not answer your question.
What is it?
This guy has a buff that called Vicious Strikes. All his attacks cause bleeding. Oh, they stack too. That's even better.
We are the sword in the shadows.
Ha! That's hilarious, Ismir Star. Oh, there's Lynn's body.
No! Lynn, heart of my heart. No, please. No! It cannot be. If only I had come sooner. If only Ban had listened to me. Shh. My sweet darling. Sleep now. And be at peace. Your killers will not go unpunished. I will see to that.
I think that speaks for itself. Oh no, it wouldn't have helped at all. That's the thing. We don't know a lot of details about this,
Many lucky doos.
but it's unlikely that going too much faster would have helped save him. He'd been captured for a while, since before we went to the Shadowpan Monastery, to give you a bit of perspective on that. So... I mean, we just destroyed the Shaw of Violence, and canonically, we have already destroyed the Shaw of Anger. There's actually only two left right now. Hatred. Fear. And fear... Fear's different. Hang on, I need to ban Hutha real quick. There we go. Yes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the Burdens of Shao Hao after the Terrace of the Eternal Spring, or whatever it's called. Terrace of something. Terrace of the Endless Spring, excuse me. picking that specific spot for pretty good reason. I might wait until we do another quest, but if I'm being honest, I don't remember when that other quest opens up. We'll see. Thank you, Fife. Very much. I'm glad to hear that at least a few people are enjoying. One or two. Literally just one person. Nobody actually. Nobody likes this run. Management Sims. WoW. Patch Within. And Half-Life 2. You got it. Which one, Uthor? And, wait, hang on. Let me actually ask this question better. Third one? Hey, Takota. Whoop. Evo, you're ridiculous.
I have a plan. Goodbye.
Ah, good. Now that they kind of... Okay, hang on. I hate this helmet. You will have to explain that. Although, do me a favor and don't explain it now. I just... You know what? Here.
Good fortune to all friends of the Grummles.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, that looks terrible. Wow. Okay, no, hang on.
Hello.
Crunchies, Lucky Doos, and Root.
We'll go with yes, Takota. Part of the problem I hesitate on that is Warcraft's setting makes a clear distinction between magics of death and magics of undeath. And unfortunately, that's a recent distinction. So in older content, which we happen to still be in, the lines are a little blurry. Where are they? I could go with a cap. Oh, you know what? No. There we go. Hang on. Better idea. Hang on, I can make this work. Although... There we go. And then... I'm spending way too much thought on this. I should just get on with it. That doesn't matter. Let's go with something... There we go, like a nice leather belt. Screw it, let's just go with that. Do I want a fancy cloak? Or do I want a chicken? I do like chickens. Yeah, no cloak at all. Let's just get rid of the cloak. And then for our weapons... We'll use the gore-smudged bone saw. I have such delightful weapons in my inventory. Here's Legion. So I'm actually ahead. I need to go back here. Here we go. Do I not have any? I might not have any. Damn, I don't think I do. I guess that makes sense. I've never done any of those raids on a character that can wield daggers. And that was before you could get transmog cross-class. So I don't have a lot of dagger options. Like, if I go on my warrior and a piece of cloth drops Evo, it unlocks for my account. Now, actual set pieces, I think there is actually a way to get that credit on that. but it's kind of an asterisk-y thing. Like, I think it's warbound, technically, so you just give it to your class that has it and then use it in them, or some weird thing like that. Some weird workaround. I don't like any of these. These suck. Let's just use... those. Correct, you know. Although, I'm not sure why.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
It is best to be prepared.
There we go. Now that's more like it.
Be well.
Now that they cannot hide behind their siege weapons, they have no choice but to face us. Why is Suna crying nonstop? I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Be well.
That should put a dent in their numbers. I doubt they'll be able to recover from such losses.
Goodbye.
I am truly sorry to hear that Lynn did not make it. Suna's taken the news quite hard. She will forgive me in time. As for the rest of the Shadowpan that you saved, I am grateful to see them return safe and sound.
Be well.
Words will not end this war.
War! I'll have the heads of everyone who took Lynn from me. Everyone! We'll begin with the Osul leader, Jungduk. Take this Shadowpan war banner, place it at the center of their camp. He will have no choice but to face you. Show him no mercy.
We must be victorious.
What is it? Good riddance. Who dares to challenge me?
Nobody.
Not running this time, where are your lackeys, great chief? They cannot help. Shut up, Katak! More than filth like you deserved.
I have a plan.
Ah, Jungduk is dead at last. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, lost their lives to his violent aggression. Though they're not here to witness his demise, they owe you a debt of gratitude on this day.
Goodbye.
I have bad news. When I returned, Suna was already gone. By the way, hi, Lockpocket. Sorry, caught me in the middle of a few things. The others say she took her things and headed down the road to the east, muttering about hunting down the source of the Yongle aggression. I cannot allow her to venture into dangerous territory alone. I've already prepared a group of soldiers to push further east. We are leaving shortly. Hop on the caravan if you wish to meet us there.
Be well.
The Draenei do it a bunch. The Mogu do it all the time because, as has already been mentioned at this point...
You look worried.
Yes, well, it's not like Suna to run off by herself.
She must be torn by grief over her husband's death.
She blames me, you know.
That may be, but it was no one's fault.
I should have taken the risk and sent the order to attack.
You did what you thought was best. No commander has the foresight to see the future.
But now, she hates me.
You swore the Shadowpan blood oath together, did you not? You are bound together by powers far stronger than hatred. No, she cannot hate you. At least not forever.
I hope so, Yalia.
Look! Suna's tracks lead into the village ahead.
Oh, what is that stench?
Corpses.
It looks like the site of a massacre.
It's too quiet. We should check this out.
But this place reeks of death.
We stop here. Everyone, out!
In this place? Are you sure?
Yes. Soon as tracks stop here. We won't leave until we find her.
Alright.
Hello. Goodbye. Be well.
If we are to make camp here, we cannot leave all these Yongle bodies lying to rot. Take this torch, set fire to the villagers' corpses. The incense from the torch should purify the earth and air around them as well. Even our enemies deserve to be laid to rest.
Goodbye. Be well.
The rotting corpses are attracting hyenas. In addition to spreading disease from feeding on the dead, the feral creatures will attack us on sight. Go and eradicate the beasts. It's unfortunate, but ultimately for the best.
Goodbye.
Light is right.
As we entered the village, I couldn't help but notice Yongle totems on the ground. I have a suspicion there are dark forces at work here, and those totems may be the key to drawing them out. Could you bring me some of them for further inspection? I would like to study them.
Farewell.
Greetings.
Ban has asked me to explore the village to determine what happened here. I noticed smoke rising up from the east, west, northwest, and south. I need someone I trust to watch my back. What do you say? Want to help me on my first scouting mission?
Goodbye. There were no sides in this fight. Why would the Yongle kill each other in a free-for-all?
That's a good question, Master. And we may never know the answer. God willing. Notice the music, by the way. Sorry, Loke asked a question, which is not even on the screen. Ah, knew it! You lied to me, Loke. Why would you do this? Yeah, we're also way outside of anywhere safe. It's not really stated outright, but I love the quiet implication in the background. We have, for the very first time, crossed the wall. And the moment we get out here, the first thing we find is a colossal battlefield, which we have to push up the upstream against. Now, our only reinforcements and allies are not the Horde or Alliance, who are busy trying to help people recover from the recent Yongle attacks, but instead are actually the Shadowpan who've pushed in here with us from the monastery. It's worth noting it's a non-zero chance that several of those Shadowpan there are people we have literally just beaten up in order to free them from control of the Shaw of Hatred. So we're on the other side of the wall, and the only reinforcements we have is essentially one regiment of Shadowpan. That's it. And you'll notice the tone of the campaign has actually noticeably and already changed to accommodate. Like that quiet personal discussion we had on the caravan ride. Or Luna's grief at the loss of her husband. Suna's grief. Yeah, we also get a brief but interesting insight into how the Yongle live over here. If you remember, the Yongle also have one rule. They are severely tribalistic. That is to say, they are pro-Yongle. Whatever conflicts they have internally, those all have to be put aside for the sake of the species, because they live in very terrifying lands.
It looks like rather than sharing their food, someone destroyed it all. Why would they do that? Look! I see some of Suna's things. She must have made camp here, but where is she?
What? Damn it. I keep hesitating on talking, because my throat keeps catching. It's okay, we're up to 30% humidity. It's a little bit better. Well, I think what happened if you were to drop one of the greater demons from Dragon Age into WoW? I mean, honestly, most of those feel like a dungeon tier boss for WoW. So we'd have a story arc, probably going across a zone. It's like, alright, we've hunt down the demon. And then we would kick its ass. But yes, last I checked, and the Chronicles book does back this up, all the Prime Shah were released during the battle at the Jade Forest. Oh no, I'm thinking specifically the ones like the Nightmare. Like, most normal demons wouldn't even be on, like, a Pride demon would be a trash mob, you know?
How may I help you? Keep the
I
shadows
was right.
at bay.
The totems were once used to store and conduct magical energy. I believe I can use them to do so once again.
Stay vigilant.
We meet again.
The Shah haven't always existed, no. I've been hesitating on giving away too much about the Shah. Well, not really, Lunaruth. It's kind of nuanced, and I like the nuance there. Well, no, timeline, Huthor. Stretch. The Yongle didn't attack the wall until after the battle at Jade's Forest. In fact, near as we can tell, they didn't attack until probably closer to the events down south in Krasarang and the Valley of the Four Winds.
Be well.
Hopefully their spirits are in a better place.
Goodbye. Be well. Goodbye.
We don't know exactly what happened, but it's clear something caused the Yongle to turn on one another.
Be well.
Be well. Goodbye. Be well. I'll answer that later, Magister. So the nuance here is actually simple. What we did is we came up, we kicked under their doors, and we're straight up imperialistic. Let's just call it what it is. We brought our war to their shores. And let's be clear, asterisks aside, which I know Huthor doesn't care for, let's just ignore this asterisk for a second. Both sides were very presumptive. Our war is a just war, and we know that the other side's here. Therefore, we are helping you by fighting our war on your land. And let me make sure that Yura can see my outfit really close. There we go. And so both sides had that mentality of course we're here to help you, why wouldn't we? And then they immediately start gang pressing and exploiting resources nonstop. Now, none of that is good. Coincidentally, that led to a major explosion of a conflict which had been brewing before we ever showed up. Remember that? It was between that one gang of Hosen, No, not the one that Nazgrim was working with, the other one, as well as the one group of Jinyu, which is the Pearlfin. Those two forces then clashed into a rather major battle, and by that point, Shaw energy had already been boiling up from the surface, because remember, at that point, it had been, I want to say 3 weeks, that the Horde and Alliance forces had been on these shores. So, things had already been getting bad. That battle was the final straw, for lack of a way to put it. That cracked the well, and all of the Prime Shaw were released, all except for one, of course. Each of them zoomed out, and we see the interactions of them as we're going through. We see what Despair was doing, anger, violence, hatred, and, well, it makes sense that Fear is the one... I feel like I'm spoiling here, but Huthor's brought this up, so spoiling it is. Fear is the one that gets the most done, because Fear is the one that is the most untouched for the longest period of time. We don't even interact with it. We haven't actually seen Fear yet. We have only heard the mention of the Shaw of Fear once. And that's only if you're really paying attention to side dialogue that an enemy mentions while you're fighting them. So, nothing is happening at all as with regards to Fear. They're just over there, going over there, living in this... God damn it, Lady Ruth. I can't talk while reading at the same time, apparently. Which battle? The only battle we've had so far in the entire expansion. God damn it. The Shaw of Fear has been sitting over there in the corner, doing its own thing, untouched for, at this point, probably about a month or two. And so, it's had plenty of time to entrench itself. And, I mean, I don't even need to make this point, do I? Just going into this zone will explain this for me. Remember, this is what the Dread Wastes should look like. But this is what the Dread Wastes does look like. They actually mentioned this during the Klaxi chain, because they've been pushing up against this for a while. That's why the Klaxi have separated from her emperorship. I'm just spoiling everything here, but Huthor brought this up, so this is all his fault. Blame him. The Klaxi have been pushing up against the Empress and the Imperial forces for some time, because not only have they been causing all this crap, but most importantly of all, they've been spoiling the Kaipari trees. They've been killing them. And remember, they need these things. These things dying out will... I mean, look at that. You could literally... The bark is falling apart as the wood is being split and rotten from within. The death of the Kaipari means the cessation of their ability to function as a polity. Their technology, magic, and culture all rely on that. Remember, I talked about that. So, the Klaxi and some other Mantids all push away and become a rebel faction against that thing over there, the Heart of Fear. So Fear is very well entrenched. Then, Fear decides to start pushing out. We see bits of this everywhere in 3 separate zones. In fact, we've already seen this at this point in time all the way over here. In the Valley of the Four Winds. Because one of those veins of Shaw Fear line is going straight from the Heart of Fear all the way up to that gap in the wall. This, if you're not paying attention to the geography, that's Stoneplow right here. This is where we pushed back against light. This is where we had our cavalry. Jesus Christ, really? This is where we had our cavalry moment, where Gondor called for aid. And all the people from the 2 zones came together to help us fight this thing. So that's our first real indication of what Fear is doing. And Fear has been here for, if you pay attention to the timeline, about 2.5 months, I'd say. Also, and this is something we also haven't showcased yet, they're also actively attacking the main gate at the Vale of Golden Blossoms, even though it's not very golden right now. And they're there. I was waiting for them to spawn in. As you can see, the Mantid are actually actively swarming over this gate right now. This is all story we haven't gotten to yet. So, finally dragging it back to Huthor's point, this is why the Yongle charge north. This is why the Yongle are fleeing. They're fleeing after Fear has already been knocked out. Make sense? They're running away from the Mantid because the Mantid are swarming in all directions wildly and frantically and without strategy to a self-destructive extent. And that's not something anyone's prepared to deal with because the Mantid, while they are certainly strong and have numbers, Or sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Well, the Mantid aren't super high tier in terms of races. They are strong and have numbers. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. So, it's the Scourge problem, or at least what the Scourge problem was supposed to be. If you grab every Zergling and A-move in a direction, that's gonna hurt. Whatever's in the way there is not going to enjoy that experience for very long. So the Ungol flee. The Ungol do a literal suicidal attack on the gate, and they start pushing through the Shadowpan. Now, there's a pretty good chance they would have never made it through that gate, but mysteriously, they're not getting reinforcements from the nearby monastery, and the reason why is because anger, violence, and hatred had already broken out of their seal, right? Back during the events of Jade Forest. This is one of the reasons why I say there's no evidence of my way of thinking things, because what probably happened, realistically speaking, is Taranzu, who was in the Jade Forest investigating these newcomers who'd shown up, does the events of Jade Forest, and then essentially retreats, and while we're doing the events of Krasarang and the Valley of the Four Winds, he heads north to Kunlai. We catch up to him in Kunlai. He's like, this is ridiculous. You guys suck. Why are we dealing with this? I'm done. He goes home, already in a terrible mental state, and what does he find? Boom. He is now formally possessed by hatred. And that's the end of that. So the Shadowpan are formally and fully locked down. Nobody's getting in reinforcements. The Ungol are just pouring out into Kunlai and slowly causing more and more devastation. And so we follow this train. We pick up the pieces and reverse engineer what's been happening ever since we landed on these shores as we push our way through Kunlai and then Townlong and then the Dread Waste, excuse me. And that's the main plot. I just gave away everything. So enjoy the next couple of days as I walk through all of that.
May the light guide you.
If my suspicions are correct, this place still reeks from lingering darkness. Whatever happened here, it could not have been a natural course of events. Even the Ungol are not so brutal as to slaughter their own kind to the point of this. I will use the totems you brought me to perform a cleansing ritual. I need someone to assist me?
Farewell.
I got your back.
Greetings. Stay vigilant. Follow me. We will use these totems to purify the earth.
Yeah, Pandaren live pretty long. We don't really even have an upper limit on their lifespan. Not really. I'm sure there is one. They're not immortal. They just haven't really talked about it.
Now, let us see what darkness corrupts this place.
The Ungol... So...
Help me by activating the 3 large totems.
The Ungol are kind of interesting. Because on the one hand... they don't have the limitations of, say, the Sarok or the Hosen with regards to interacting peacefully with other people. One moment, please. Just a day of interruptions here. But, no, Evo. Think about how hot I would be all the time. Ugh. And think about how hot I'd be. But no, the Ungol don't have any limitations preventing them from interacting with other people peacefully, other than millennia of culture. The thing is, though, culture or no, give any group, a helping hand, food, prosperity, and peace, and give it a generation or two, and there's a non-zero chance that yeah, the Ungol could probably work together with someone and effectively be pacified. I like to think that they've worked together with the Ungol a lot more after the events of Pandaria. Does it make sense? Especially what's going on with the wall.
What? What is happening?
So that... well, we all know what that is. So, this is fun. So So now the Shaw presence is getting even worse around here. Every second we're outside of one of the peace things, our hatred slowly rises. If this looks familiar, it's very similar to the hatred mechanic we had in the last fight of the dungeon.
Well met.
Now it all makes sense. This is the work of the Shah.
Keep the shadows at bay.
I would have suspected a Shah presence earlier. We are safe as long as we stand inside the Totem of Harmony, but too many of our people were not so lucky. They are trapped outside the camp where the Shah's power manifested, and now they turn upon each other. Take one of my totems with you. Place the totem near a crazed ally to purify them.
Stay vigilant.
Do you seek my counsel? Goodbye.
This should be fun.
Pandaria conceals a great darkness.
Yeah, ain't that always the way? You make a really nice meal, and it tastes great, and it looks like someone poured gruel into a bowl. Oh, and by the way, if you look up, we got that thing going on again. Townlong is interesting because it's a micro zone. Even in the Warcraft series, it's one of the shorter videos I did. We're already a decent chunk through Townlong. We'll finish it today easily. And that's counting the fact that we have 2 scenarios and 3 scenarios, excuse me, and a dungeon to do. Oh god, that would be awful in Ruth. Yeah, part of the problem, and I admit I don't see this as a problem, but part of the problem is, if you're playing through Pandaria normally, Kunlai is when you hit max level. That was true back then, and it's especially true now. Like, if we were to do a normal time walking, well, I mean, you saw it, right? I hit level 67 in Kunlai. I would have easily gotten to 70 before we even finished the zone. The Shaw of Happiness? Really? I summoned the Shaw of Happiness. Well, like I said, Townlong's a bridge zone. We're officially and formally in MSQ territory now. The plot has re-kicked back in. So Kunlai is the beginning of the arc, Townlong is the bridge, and Dreadwaste is the conclusion. Okay, this is actually kind of an asterisk. So this is the gooey Shawling, right? Hello. The thing is, you have to really twist the linguistics to make gooey mean happy. But, you know... where is it? Where is it? Hang on. I don't remember what it's called. And I have a lot of pets. No. I have a book. Does that count? I've got my Horde Fanatic. What is this stupid thing named? Oh my god. Does anyone know the name of the other Shaw pet? Ugh. Wait, is it actually called the Shaw of Happiness? Oh my god, it's just called Happiness. That's why. That's why I couldn't find it. So this little guy is the actual Shaw of Happiness. He's so tiny. Hang on. I can fix this. Give me a sec, give me a sec. Let's see. I want this one. So this is the Shaw of Happiness. Hello. This thing is equally as evil as it is adorable. This is what you get for doing all of the raiding with leashes achievements in Pandaria. I actually only got this relatively recently. Oh. I'm here to kill you. With happiness. Be happy. Or else. Yeah, I'm missing one, though, as you can see. You know, the Evoker one I was going to grab. I also haven't leveled these at all, as you can also see. That's easy, though. I could just go burn a few tokens at the garrison. I mean, it says something that most of the Prime Shaw are like the size of buildings or rooms. The Shaw of Happiness is this dinky little guy. There is no happiness in the world. We are all Eastern European. That's an interesting question, Grahaxia. Truth be told, who knows? The Shaw are kind of like vampires. Hear me out for just a second. Vampires can be very high tier, very deadly, and very dangerous. But for the most part, most vampires are easy to deal with if you know what they are and how to deal with them. In other words, the Shaw are most dangerous to people who don't know that they exist at all. So, the initial wave would probably be pretty devastating across the rest of Azeroth, but by the time people started to figure out what Shaw were and how to operate around them, countermeasures would be produced. And again, the Shaw have the central pillar problem. All Shaw are tied to their prime. If we go and we find the prime Shaw of doubt, knock it over, all the doubt Shaw go away. And yeah, anger, same thing. Fear, same thing.
We meet again.
So, it would be a problem. I don't want to try and dismiss it, but it wouldn't be world-ending. It would just be something we'd have to deal with.
Be well.
Thank you. The Shaw preys upon the weak and the vulnerable. If we're not vigilant, even the strongest of us can succumb to the Shaw. Yeah, like Terran Zoo.
Farewell.
Poor guy.
Hello.
No? I mean, the old gods never came back, look. Why would the primes come back? Yeah, true enough, to care white noise. One of our rangers reported seeing Suna up the hill to the northwest. I am relieved to find her safe. I had feared what she would do in her grief. Will you speak to her on my behalf? Here, take this totem. If you encounter danger on the way, you might find it useful.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's no source. You can't have new Shaw at this point, put simply. The source of the Shaw.
Kill me then. Just like he killed my husband?
No. Here, hang on. I got you. Here, let me purify you, Suna.
Your pitiful rituals are meaningless. I will not be saved.
But you know my opinion on that one, Huthor.
see now. My hatred consumed me. Telban, all is forgiven.
You pitiful weaklings! Even your strongest warriors succumb like lambs to the slaughter. Your turn will come. Hate will turn you all against one another until this whole world burns.
Second time we've seen the Shaw of Hatred there. It's appropriate, I think. Most of the primes are the centerpiece of a single quest chain, or sometimes an entire regional chain. But the last two are the ones we spend the most time with. You're not worth my time. Go away.
It is best to be prepared.
What? She was possessed by the Shaw of Hatred. No. No! Despite our differences, she was one of us. Today the Shadowpan has lost a dear sister. Her death will not be in vain. I will not rest until I have defeated the Shaw of Hatred. I swear this to Suna.
Be well.
With your help, we have quelled the spirits of this place, and at last they may have peace. Our journey into this cursed land, I'm afraid, has only just begun. I have some important matters to finish up here, but we'll be moving soon. I need someone to go ahead. Tell Terenzu we are going to join him. He's at the Galran battlefront.
Goodbye.
Be blessed by the light.
The calling to be a Shadowpan is one to bring balance and harmony to this land. It is our duty to ensure balance is maintained. The Yongle is threatening this balance and must be stopped before it's too late. We've had sightings of Yongle in the Sump Rushes. The report indicates they are attacking the Mist Lurkers. Find out why they are and put an end to it.
Keep the shadows at bay.
And yeah, I actually did just answer that, Look. Twice, actually, if you're paying attention. And then Papa Neeks answered you in chat. I sort of figured that I didn't need to repeat it a fourth time. One moment. That seemed to avoid interruptions today. Just like every other day. I mean, yeah, we did just straight up murder her. The scene frames it such that she wasn't willing to back away from that fight. But yeah, that is a little bit messed up, and I suppose that's overall the point, isn't it? Especially given how many times we, successfully fight someone without killing them. Like we just did with Taranzu. I know I wasn't emphasizing her properly, but yeah, we'd seen her several times in Kun Lai before we got to the wall. Yes, I'm playing with Legos. How did you know? Now, apparently these are called bits of honey. They're made with honey and roasted almond bits, I guess? I don't know. Tell you what, just for you, Yura.
Come, shop, browse. Smell.
Perfect. This just screams rogue to me.
Beware of Yeti.
I mean, again, Mage Knight, right? Okay, if I could stop being distracted for 5 seconds. So. I think that whole sequence deserves a positive. It was interesting, it was well built up, it was well presented, it was properly terrifying, and then we get to the kill itself. And as you say, she resists our ability to purify her, and that's a little bit strange. On the one hand, so this is purely interpretation, but the way she said it and the way it was presented, I always got the impression that she didn't want to be purified. In other words, that was functionally a form of suicide. Why? I don't understand the question. Either way, I do agree that it probably should have more of a moment than it does. I do agree with the negative. But given the circumstances, it should probably have been made more clear that she was actually wanting to die there. Because, yeah, she wanted to go be with her husband. Duh. Either way, I agree with the negative. I just think that they should have probably explained why it is that she's killed rather than attempt to redeem. Especially since this happens like hours or a day after we just fixed someone being possessed by hatred. Now, it's worth noting, this is going to destroy the score, obviously. It's worth noting, it makes sense for hatred to pop out and flee. He's already done that. In fact, I'm going to spoil something for you. Most of the main story quest of this particular zone is going to be chasing hatred as he is constantly fleeing from us. So, that would be logical. But he just kind of held on at that point. The Shadowlands haven't been invented yet, Linurith. Or, to be slightly more accurate, the Afterlife hasn't been invented yet. The Shadowlands meant something very differently in this era. Well, that's a good question, Linurith. For the Pandarans in particular, I would suppose the answer is nothing. In some races, they literally talk to their dead ancestors on a regular basis, like the Orcs or the Taurans. And of course, we all know what the Trolls do with death, and this is before Bwan Samdi. Yes, I know Bwan Samdi existed since Kata, you know what I mean. Hello, Fog Monster. So here's a better question for you, Lena Ruth. And I don't mean anything polemic by this, but in real life, what basis do people have to think they'll join their loved ones if they die? That's true, actually. In the Jade Forest, you have to talk to 3 dead people to get their approval for people to get married. And we beat them up, too. So the Shadow Pan have sent you to see what the Yongle are doing. Well, do you see? My fate is sealed. The Yongle put this spear in my side. The wound will kill me. The Yongle hold me in place with their twisted and corrupted magic. Remember, dark shamans. The indignity of it hurts worse than my spear wound. My death I cannot stop. My imprisonment, you may be able to help with that. You're on the wrong side of this. You side with savage beasts, says the Yongle. Wait a minute. These are ghost cookies. These are not filling at all. I am freed. The Yongle must be stopped. Until recently, the Yongle shaman would come here to work alongside us. Now they bend people to their will. If we refuse, they kill us. If we oblige, they kill us. The Yongle's mist shaman magic throws through the torch. Take the torch away and he has nothing. Well, it's a good thing I already gave multiple negatives to it then, Plateval, because I agree completely. The worst part about it, though, and I'm admittedly speaking with a bit of future knowledge here, is it made the, there we go. No, the torch game, God. It made, see you around, Evo, the entire story of Hatred, and our chase after Hatred had a wonderful personal flavor to it, right? Think about it this way. Most of the story of the fight against this last arc has actually been very zoomed in and very personal. Really think about this for a second. Over here in Kunlai, the first thing we dealt with was the Binan village and the Jinyu, who had been corrupted by anger. Then the Binan themselves, who are overrun by Yongle. The Yongle running east, so we follow them west, and we see the burnt villages. And we interact with the farmer and his wife, or we interact with the guy who's trying to make his yak car wash working, or the Grummels who are worried because they've lost their friend. It's all very zoomed in and very personal, but all of these are caused by the same thing, the wave of Yongle coming east. Until finally, down here, at the fallback, which is where we first meet her, we meet Suna. Suna finally gives us an individual voice to all of this personal storytelling that's been happening for all of Kunlai, right? So we go with her. She's voice acted, which helps. And we help her here, and then we help her up here at the Coda Peak gate, front gate. There's a name for it, but it doesn't say it here. So whatever this gate is called, the Golden Gate, I think. And then we have all those quests, and that leads to what the hell's going on with the monastery. We deal with the monastery, kick out Hatred, come back down here, and it's like, okay, that leads to the Townlong itself. We go through Yongying, and we immediately have to try and establish a foothold here. We lose all our forces, but that's okay, because we've got Suna. Suna helps us to the far camp Osul. but her husband died. And some really, really solid voice acting helps bring us into that personal perspective, because most of the personal stuff in Kun Lai, even I will admit, is mostly in an abstract. It's names and characters and impact. But over here, in Townlong, we have a voice, a literal voice, giving measure to this personal tragedy. That leads us south to Hatred's vice. And they do a wonderful job of making that as creepy and horrifying as it should be, because we see what kind of thing hatred propagates. We see, if we literally look south of here, okay, this is a bad angle, but if we literally look south, we'll see what fear does to a place. But Hatred's vice gives us an idea of a little sneak peek of what hatred wants to do. Then we kill Suna. So even ignoring the dumbness of the scene itself, which is a negative by itself, then there's the fact that it takes all of that personal element and throws it out the window. For the rest of this zone, going all the way across the southern edge, all over here into Sigves, which is where we'll finally conclude it, it's all of a sudden Taran Zoo's story about hunting down hatred. But it suddenly lacks that personal element it's had for a zone and a half, right? It's a very strange choice. And I get that they want to characterize Taran Zoo more, but instead, I'm just going to spoil for this. He comes across as mostly the stoic, right? There's some good story here, and I'm going to give some more positives for this arc down here, but it's such a huge missed opportunity to keep it being Suna's story, about her coping and dealing with not only hatred, but the consequences of hatred. So what I'm trying to say is this game sucks, and no one should play it. Garbage game, 0 out of 10. However, I am talking myself into third negative, I think. It's because you killed her, isn't it, Uthor? Isn't it? Admit your bloodlust. Your lust for power, blood, overwhelmed you. Your lust for money overwhelmed you. You saw the billionaires and thought, not what can I do about them, but only how can I become them. It really is funny to me how much of a meme that's become, because even people who literally don't oh, god damn it, who literally don't know anything about this setting could recognize how stupid of a line that was. Oh, I'm not even getting into the fact that, you know, the book directly referred to us as the players once, which threw me so hard I just stumbled at that point of the story. I'm like, wait, what? God. Find a better editor. You ever want to become a good writer? This is real advice. Find a good editor, or become a good editor. Take your pick. Which line? I don't know, Lineruth. Oh, you mean the lust for bloodline. The lust for power. The lust for... You know what? Screw it. I didn't want to stream this game anyway. Whatever. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. God, I cannot actually stream this stupid game. I happen to still have it right here. Hang on, there's BFA. There's Legion. It's Legion. Legion's pretty big. Here's Warlords. I noticed that, Huthor. No, this was turbo rushed. Turbo rushed. And it shows. This is crude. And that's the nicest way I can put it. Okay, here we go. Nope, nope, little more before this. Little bit before this. Is this book worth getting? Nope. I do not recommend buying this book. This book sucks. Hang on, I gotta find where the line is. Any good parts in it? No. God damn it, where is it? It's got to be like right here. I mean, the pictures are fine, but not worth the price of admission. Of course it's not. This is literally where it's supposed to be. I can't control F a real-life book. Whatever. Nah! Nobody cares. I can use these torches in my revenge. I have not succumbed to this wound yet. I still have my revenge before I die. There is time yet. This torch. The Yongle once used these to communicate with me and my people, and now they use them to undo us. That's pretty horrible. The leader of the Yongle Mist Shaman is named Jahesh. He is known for his strength. One of my kind is known for his strength. He is named Golgos. Golgos sleeps with the mists of the upper Sunbrushes. Help me summon him, and he will join us in avenging our people. If I am to fight Jahesh, leader of the Yongle Mist Shamans, I must have Arcanus at my side. Arcanus' ferocity is second to none. He rests beneath the upper Sunbrushes as well. Okay. Listen, revenge! Must get revenge. And nothing else. I did that before I started Blake Joel, so no additional break today. I summon thee, Arconus, I mean. Yeah, no breaks except for constantly not being able to actually progress through the zone. We're finishing Townlong today. I don't even care. I don't even care. God damn it. That makes sense. That's probably something more than a simple patch fix. So they want to save that until they actually put out a patch. House catches on fire. I don't care! I will die! I accept my death. I accept my death. Could you, like, summon a little bit faster? A little bit. Just a little bit. That's all I'm asking, man. Come on. Can we be in the fight 5x5, please? Well, they used the fog elementals as an analogous for horrors several times in quests up until here. If you pay attention. Like, you remember that horrible thing that nearly killed Nisingwari's son? They do that in Krasserang, and they do that in the Jade Forest. Like, you remember when we go get the grain for the brew? Or, Chen Stormstout. Similar concept. The horror creatures. Hell, they're that way in the Throne of Thunder, too. Oh, I get you. I'm pretty sure those are the bog lurker model. Mesh. Skeleton, whatever the right word is for that. I don't even have words today. It's all gone. It's all gone. We're just pushing through. Golgust does not speak your language other than a few words. I suppose I am unique in this regard. He thanks you for summoning him. I have resolved to remove the spear from my side. Okay. Are you sure? Pull it out. You will not be held accountable for my death. Okay. Ugh! You okay there, buddy? You're a little bit more intangible. By removing this spear, I have truly guaranteed my own death. Notice his health is lower, too. This does not frighten me. I would sooner die than live carrying the weapon of my enemy. For the enemy of my enemy is my enemy's enemy, who enemy is my enemy's enemy. Golgoth's strength is great, but it requires nutrition. Okay. Arcanus fights with Fury unmatched, but his extended stay beneath the mist has left him weakened. Okay. I knew that death would come. I did not know it would come this fast. I must buy time. The mist is warm and fragrant. It is nutritive to my kind. Okay, I will get you three a feast before I horrifically murder you all. Starting with the most powerful mist creature of all time, Mr. Red. Sorry, Mr. Red. It has to happen. So, do you mind if I brag about something unrelated to absolutely anything whatsoever? Is that cool? Way cool. Listen, we're not a healer, Loke. We're a rogue, okay? We're a smuggler. So I was playing Satisfactory last night. Excuse me. Wait, the Earthen? Really? Where's my ship? Anyways. AQ fluid. And I managed to get my coal power plant working. And, you know, I could end that sentence right there. But I managed to get my coal power plant working. Was like 2 solid hours just to make that happen. I'm actually really proud of it. So I found a pure coal node. For those of you who don't know what that means, pure coal produces at a faster rate. Satisfactory is kind of like a couple of other games, like, say, Total Annihilation, and that resources are not finite. Instead, a node produces infinitely, but what is limited is its throughput. So, for example, a basic node, an impure node of something, can only produce, I think it's 30 per minute, whereas a normal node can produce 60, and a pure node can produce 120, right? So I found a pure node of coal. Awesome. One pure node of coal can produce 120 coal per minute. Each coal factory takes 15 coal per minute in order to operate. 8 factories. Cool. Basic math. Ratios, right? But the problem was everything. So first of all, I had to actually set up a temporary power station in order to power the drill, in order to start getting the coal line running at all. Second of all, the coal is way over there. It's actually only about 700 meters away from our nearest lake. I'll get to why I needed a lake in a second. But still, that's 700 meters of conveyor belts. Because we're not at the point yet where we have trucks or trains or anything else that may be related to that. I don't know if there's anything else. I'm actually walking in pretty blind, and so I'm just presuming. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to the water yet. So, finally get the basic conveyor belt line, and that's just a Tier 1 conveyor belt. Problem. Tier 1 conveyor belts can only convey 60 items per minute. I need the full 120. So, I'm pulling 60 per minute coal across half the map, pretty much across most of our known and explored territory at this point, over to a nearby pond. And it is a pond, to be very clear. It's this dinky little thing. While I was off setting this thing up, I tasked Pax and I are playing together, with setting up the water extractors, of which we needed 4 or 3, depending how we did. We did 4 just to cover it, because we weren't sure about that. I'm pretty sure I could re-efficient it down to 3 now, but we needed to cram 4 water extractors into this pond. Water extractors are enormous and require power. By the way, mining nodes require power. Oh, and also, well, I guess that's it, actually. But, okay, so that's all a whole lot of, oof, okay. We can figure that out. And so then I spend a fairly large amount of time getting all the resources necessary to build, you know, all the water extractors, all of the pipes, all of the conveyor belts, all of the splitters, and all of the actual coal plants themselves. Get everything built up, lined up, and then I'm like, okay. Shoot, because then the hard part began. See, the thing is, as was already hinted at, you need water and coal in order to make that happen. Water requires power in order to produce power. I know that makes sense in hindsight, but it is uniquely frustrating. So I'm like, okay, hold up. So, and oh yeah, also pipes require power if you're pumping over a long distance. Now, thankfully, I decided to skip water volumes and head water heading, whatever it's called, entirely, and just walked away from that. Instead, I just focused on having all the water right next to the plants. Like, the plants are maybe 20 feet from the water's edge. So, I get together my initial, I throw together a bio thing. I actually had a really efficient, awesome puppenings. I had a really efficient and great biofuel reactor that's been holding us to this point in time, which I'm very proud of. Like legitimately, I'm happy with how that one turned out. So I grab one of those and some of the biofuel that we've been producing for that. Drag it over here and get ready to kickstart everything. And then I notice the coal has stopped, which makes sense. After all, the miner, which was producing the coal to begin with, was specifically pulling off of another biofuel reactor that I put over by the miner, which has since run out of fuel in the hour that I've spent setting up this entire thing. Okay, so then I run my first power chain, which is from my second power chain, which is from the bioplant, and only the bioplant, which is, at this point has been disconnected from some of the network, all the way down 700 meters this way to go and then power the mining node. Okay, so now the bioplant is powering the mining node and nothing else as of this moment in time. And then I've got a secondary node, which will go to the coal, which will get going on that. And that leaves a giant gap in coal production. So then I have to go and baby the coal production, turn off all of the plants manually, wait for all of the coal to actually get up to the loop, return on all the things, set up the temporary thing to kickstart, jump-starting the water so I can get the water in, and then it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Now, it turns out it's actually okay. I did actually set it up properly, but it took a while for the water to, I guess, start pumping. So I'm just sitting here staring at it like, why is nothing happening? Oh my god, what's going on? And it was just taking forever for the water to actually go through the pipes, despite being right next to the pond. Once the water got into the plant kicked on. I'm like, oh, thank god. So then I went ahead, reconnected the mining node to the coal plant, and at this point, the coal plant is now connected to just the water nodes and the coal miner. Okay, everything's great, right? Nope, because if you were paying attention, you remember that I'm only running a Mark I conveyor belt to run that coal line. That can only run 4 of those coal plants. We need more than 4 coal plants. We need all 8. And that began what I like to call the epic struggle of reinforced iron plates, which can go directly to hell. They're relatively cheap. All they take is some bolts, or screws or whatever, and some plates, and that's it. Plates and screws. That's all it requires. It's like the first assembly pattern you had. I set up an assembler making reinforced plates in like 20 minutes in, because it is literally the first assembly thing you set up. And one of my most common things for games like these is the moment I have a new recipe, I set a thing to automate it so that when I actually need it, I've already started automating it. It might not be an efficient automation, but I've got something there to kickstart me once I actually need it, right? That's the logic there. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I go check. How many do I have? Like 400. That's not enough. So what then ensued was probably about 2 solid hours of just struggling with reinforced iron plates. Because I could only produce 5 per minute because of the setup I had, and because we just didn't have any more iron. All the iron was tapped for everything else. So 5 per minute is not a lot, and it just wasn't getting more efficient than that. We haven't unlocked overclocking yet. I only know overclocking even exists because we've gone down the research tree enough to even see it on the node. So 5 a minute is all I get, so I just start making these stupid things manually. Making those manually takes a very long time. It got to the point where I actually grabbed my phone, stood in front of the damn thing, and put the phone on the space bar just so it could produce them while I walked away and did something else. So, alternate recipes apparently exist in this game, according to Kira White Noise. Wait, really, Huthor? I didn't know that. Why doesn't anybody tell me any of these things? Okay, pause the story. Golgos's hunger is great. Have some thick, coiled, and woody vines. Have some clotted blood. To each his own. Now is the time to strike. I will go east. Meet us there and prepare for battle. Okay. Well, I will take that into account because that will speed that up considerably. Ko continues to be cool. You must have been the one that's helping these pitiful mist lurkers. I spit upon them because I'm evil, see. It's kind of a thing I do. That's enough. I have enough torches to erase all 3 of you. The elements shield me. If you refuse to bend to the torch, then you will die to the torch. No. And he kills Golgus. You're next, small one. Too strong. There's another mist lurker here. I can smell his stink. Don't think I can't see you back there hiding in the shadows. You resist the power of my torch. Why won't you die, beast? Because my will, the will of my people, is stronger than yours. And he actually burns all the torches away. No. No! My name will be forgotten, but my actions will not. Nor will yours. And then he just fades away. Surprisingly engaging for a small little side quest. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he was holding on until he finished it. That was that.
Where are the northern sentries? I didn't spot a single one of your men before reaching the camp. You grow lax, Gowran.
With all due respect, Lord, we have not grown lax. We are stretched thin.
We are beset on all fronts. My men are worked to the bone, and I have not a single warrior to spare. Lord Zhu, the Mantid have not been seen in these numbers since the swarm more than 90 years ago. My men are going days without sleep just to hold this line. Perhaps we should pull back to the wall. If the full force of the Mantid come, we can confidently hold them there. No, we will not be pulling back. It's many years yet before the Mantid birth their next swarm. I will not see the Townlong steppes given to them freely. I had come to seek strong Pandaren to hunt the Shah of Hatred. But we will step in here and help you fortify the barricade first. Taushi, go north and make sure there are no Mantid on our flank. I will see to the defenses.
At once, Lord Zhu.
The men will be glad to have you with us, Lord Zhu. I've gone too long without visiting the front, Gowran. Your long efforts are appreciated. We shall never yield. Our fellowship is our strength.
This battlefront has been undermanned and unsupplied for too long. We need to get things back in order before we can pick up the Shah of Hatred's trail. Taushi is my best. I've sent her north to investigate rumors. I need someone I can trust to get out there and work with to plug any holes in our defenses.
Remain sent.
So naturally, he trusts us with that.
We are the Watchers.
A new face. A pleasure to meet you. I am Septi. I keep the Shadow Pan fighting. The Mantid have a poison that chews through the skin and infects the blood. It makes for a slow, excruciating death when not treated. I need pollen to help treat it.
Move like the night.
I can help with that. So yeah, you can more or less see the boundary there between the Dreadwaste and the Townlong steppes. And you've probably already noticed what's going to happen over the next several camps. We get here, we find out that these people are being absolutely overrun by the Mantid. Okay. So, that giant army that Terran Zhu came with, well, he leaves a few forces here to help maintain the line. We do a little bit of work to help them, while we're here. And then immediately afterwards, we move on to the next camp, which is having trouble keeping up thanks to the Mantid advance. So we leave a few more troops there, and so forth and so on. So his big army is about to be spread out across this entire line, defending against the Mantid advance.
You have my attention.
And you notice how this is, once again, the bridge to the Dreadwaste story arc, where we're going to be primarily leaving the Shah of Hatred and focusing on the Mantid.
Keep your eyes keen.
Those are Mantid scouts down there. Gowran's battlefront is meant to keep them out of the eastern steppes. If we allow them north of the barricade, we may lose our foothold. Here, let's clear them out.
Stay light on your feet.
I can do that. Well, I don't even know what that means, Zeiss, so that should answer your question. So to finish my story, briefly. Reinforced iron plates. So I go roaming a little bit, and I find a spot which has coal right next to two normal iron nodes. A really quick back-of-the-envelope bit of calculation immediately tells me that, you know what, this is a perfect spot to make steel. Now, we're not actually at steel yet, but we do have the resources for steel. That is to say, we have the tech for it. And I realized very quickly we're going to need lots of steel. So I decided to make that a priority. We've got the power for the moment, and, reinforced plates, there's nothing I can do that. So we'll go ahead and focus on getting that set up. Getting that set up was relatively easy, but it took, you guessed it, Mark II conveyor belts, which require reinforced iron plates. So Pax and I both combine forces and manually craft several hundred reinforced iron plates to connect the coal and the iron into each other, to dump all of the steel into a bin, so we are at least producing steel at all. And then I'm like, okay, this is stupid. I need frickin' reinforced plates. So I roam for a bit, and I find a spot with 6 iron nodes, and I'm like, sweet! Oh, thank God, I found 6 iron nodes. So I sit down, get a calculator, start doing a little bit of quick math. And by get a calculator, I mean I hit N in-game. I start doing some, quick calculations, like, okay, guess how much I could produce out of those 6 iron nodes. $15. All that produces 15 reinforced iron plates per minute.
You will learn to fear our blades, Manted.
Now, that's still worth it. It's worth noting, and I still bothered for the effort, because we need reinforced plates, and we need so many of them. But goddamn, I just remember when I finished the calculation, I'm like, that's all I'm going to be producing. And even that took some nonsense.
You almost had a better chance at the battlefront, Manted.
I almost decide not to, just because it's going to take so much power.
Meet me at the eastern entrance to the camp. We need to find the hole in the defenses and plug it.
Like, I should be clear about this. Those 8 coal power plants are self-sustaining. They're fire and forgotten. They're cool. I can improve them a little bit, but for the most part, we're good to go on that. However, we're already at the point where we're using about 5/6 of the power that those power plants are generating. So, consequently, my very next step is finding another water source and coal source to get another one of those going. Yeah, no, I need more. I need way more power. So I almost don't set up that node I just mentioned, the 15 per minute reinforced plates, because that's going to take a huge chunk of power. That's 6 miners, 6 smelters. I think it's actually 7 constructors, and then 4 constructors, and then 3 assemblers, I believe, is the full chain there. Something like that. So, that's a lot of power being eaten up to produce 15 of an item per minute. I did decide to eventually do it, and that's a good thing, because then I was finally able to go ahead and finish turning that extremely long 700-meter conveyor belt into a Mark II, which means all 8 power plants were finally going full tilt and with 100% efficiency. And eventually, I ended up running a line from the steel production all the way back to our base, so I could start turning the steel into steel beams, and the steel beams into the reinforced steel beams.
Our vigil is constant. The wall must stand.
That's kind of it. That's as far as I've gotten. We are just about to research power lines, which is what required the reinforced beams. But that was my night. Was figuring out all that nonsense. Like, steel, reinforced plates, and power. That was my night. It was actually very enjoyable. I'll talk more about it in a second.
What's the situation? Be wary. Silent and dead.
Normally it only takes a few scouts to hold the pass. Most of this territory is inside of the wall, so archers devastate any manted forces attempting to push through here. Problem is, most of the archers are occupied with the onslaught at the gate. Take this flare. It'll help locate the manted sneaking through the eastern pass. Kill any you find. We can't let them lay a trail that might lead them to farther into the steppes.
Keep your eyes keen.
I'm being told our scouts have been on duty pass for no more than 2 days straight with no rest. No wonder they're slipping through. Even the most dedicated of scout would slip under those kind of shifts. Why don't you go out there and deliver orders to the scouts they return immediately for rest and rations.
Stay light on your feet.
Good to see you. We have traps along the pass to help us catch manted that might be sneaking through, but their numbers have been so great that most of the traps are already triggered. Can you reset some of them?
The wall must
Sure.
stand.
So don't worry, I won't bore you anymore about stories about how awesome that game is, but what I want to talk about It's actually fairly basic. A friend of mine actually asked me, why do you find that enjoyable? And I have two answers for that. I just wanted to share in case anyone else thinks they might actually enjoy this kind of gameplay. Reason number one is the obvious. I'm an extremely boring person. And so, properly designing functional and then later efficient infrastructure is interesting to me. What I didn't even tell you in that whole story is that initial reinforced plate thing that I set up forever ago. In the middle of all that, I actually sat down, reinforced it a little bit, changed how some of the lines worked, and lo and behold, I was able to improve its production by about 25%. That's enjoyable to me. I was able to actually look at that, look at the problem, and say, you know what? I could squeeze some more efficiency out of that. It's not quite the level of Factorio, which is just all about logistics, but very similar direction. But the second thing I found interesting, and the way I try to explain it to anybody else who's never been part of that sort of thing before, it's rewarding. You're almost constantly doing something. You pretty much constantly have something you need to do. And there's this non-stop trickle feed of progress. And the best part is there's small progress, and then there's large progress, right? Like that tiny little efficiency thing I just mentioned on my reinforced production plate line. That's small progress. It's a relatively little thing, but it did improve things, and I did actually enjoy the act of doing so. Figuring out the coal plant and turning on the coal plant for the first time, that was a huge thing. Yeah, it's a very rewarding gameplay loop. You are more or less constantly puzzle solving. And a properly designed game like this, has a nice loop in between, little and big problems to solve. Like even something relatively small as, okay, how do I properly run this line of steel back to the base? That led to the discovery of how foundations work and how they connect with each other. Because then I built a road. It turns out, and I didn't know this until I was just experimenting with it, that conveyor belts actually grid to the road in a way that they don't on normal terrain. Now, you might say, who cares? But that's new information for me at this point, because now I know that if I decide to set up foundation back on the base, I can set up easier and smoother and more organized grids of my conveyor belts. Because right now, I've got some spaghetti going on, I'm not going to lie. The most important thing for me, and this is what distinguishes a good build game from a bad build game, is you have to not feel frustrated, right? If you ever reach a point where you're just, ugh, why am I even bothering? Then something's probably going wrong somewhere. I never hit that point in Factorio. I did hit that point in Oxygen Not Included. It felt like I kept solving problems only to make those same problems worse and also generate new problems.
We are the
By contrast, in something like Satisfactory, every time I generate a new problem, it's like, oh, okay. I think I can figure that one out. Yeah, again, for me, the progress is a really important aspect of it. I like to feel like I'm doing something.
We are the sword in the shadows.
Yeah, go home. Get some rest. Get a warm meal. We've got plenty of rice. Very appropriately, Satisfactory is definitely the game you want to approach like a factory. If you zoom out and think about making a car, your brain will break. You don't need to think about making a car. Think about making some bolts. Okay? You've got bolts on production. Now thinking about making plates. Okay, you got plates on production. Now, how are you going to get rubber? How are you going to treat the rubber? How are you going to shape the rubber? You have to break the problem down into its constituent parts and then work on those parts. By the way, that's real life, too. That's the reason I'm sharing this. Little life hack from the lore runner here. It's easy to get overwhelmed by something. Yeah, Satisfactory actually did come out a few months ago, Fife.
All that matters is the mission.
There may be more getting through than I thought. I may just stay here and clean up a while. You've done more than enough of your part. Thank you.
Be wary. Silent and deadly. Let's get down to business.
I still have some cleanup to do. There are mantids still making it through. You're a valuable person to have, though. And I know Terran wouldn't appreciate me keeping you long for basic work. Go back to the main camp. I'll catch up with you later.
Be wary.
Oh, I know, Bragwin. Part of the reason I mentioned that specific life hack, for lack of a better way to put that, is I know my sister, in particular, has that problem. Remember when we took that week off to get the house ready for moving? I was the one in charge of that. And the reason I was the one in charge of that was because I was the one who could do what I just described. Now, that's not me bragging, because I know, I get it. Not everyone has the ability to do anything. That you look at a problem and you just... you lock up, right? It becomes so overwhelming you can't process it. So I was just like, all right, help, here, do this. Just do this. Just do this one thing. I'll work on this other thing. Okay, now do this thing. I'll work on this other thing. Okay, now do this other thing, and so forth and so on. I happen to be good at that. I've been doing it since I was 7.
The Shadow Pan welcome you. Stay focused.
Gowron's men need help at the southern front.
Check. Hold fast.
I can
against
do that.
the shadow.
Oh, hey, the healer wants more help, too. What's up?
We keep the darkness at bay.
I could use your help. With their long shifts, our warriors at the southern front are fighting to the point of exhaustion, and many of them have been exposed to poison. We need more people to tend to the wounded. I prepared some bandages. Please, go get them back on their feet.
Move like the night.
I have another task, though it's a mite grim. I need to get to the bottom of this mantid poison, but I need information. While you're down there, bring me back some mantid limbs.
The wall must
Well, that
stand.
sounds gross, but okay. I mean, these guys are literally called limb piercers. When we were playing Grounded in our 4-player group, they kept calling me the architect, because it was my job to come up with what to do and tell them what to do. At one point, Don, I was like, all right, I need you to get these planks. He's like, no problem. And he just deforested, like, the entire nearby forest. Just... I don't think we ever needed planks the entire rest of the game. I was always the jailer. It's true. You have found me out. Actually, it's funny. What reminded me of that iteration is when we very first picked up Satisfactory, I realized very quickly how important biofuel was going to be. And one of the very first things that we had access to was processing leaves and then wood into biofuel and then into logs. So that's when I set up that initial power plant I mentioned. So the way that power plant got working was while I was designing and building the damn thing, I was like, all right, Pax, I got a job for you. Here's a chainsaw. Look, we needed the trees, okay? I don't know what you want from me. And then I saw this one giant tree. It's like, burn it. Burn it! And then nobody got the reference I was making. I mean, I can do that kind of more or less meaningless work, but it helps if I have something to do while I'm doing it. Either something to watch, or while I'm hanging out with my friends, we're just chatting, right? I'm kind of worried about the Satisfactory stream, because, I mean, you think WoW is boring. Man, I'll show you a boring game. Yes, the trees speak to me. They say, please, Lord, turn us into delicious fuel, that we might burn in your eternal forges and consume this world, that it might become a crucible for the new empire. There's a couple of other things we did last night. I'm not going to say, though, because it's actually spoiling. But all I'm going to say for those of you who do know what I'm talking about is we found our first Mercer Sphere. Oh, I have no idea, Blade of all. I still want to stream it. It's still happening. It's just... I'm worried. It's like, okay, I've got to figure out how to run a line of coal to this area. And that's not the most engaging thing to watch, right? Kira White Noise was correct earlier, though. There is a narrative there. Well, all I'll say about Mercer Spheres and whatever they're called is we currently need lots of them. Like lots and lots and lots of them. I was actually thinking about that. Yeah, no, I looked down the tree a little bit. Not like in a spoiler way, like in a, this is what we've unlocked so far. Oh crap, I need that. Kind of a way. So I was actually thinking about this. In FF14, several times in several of the FF14 streams, I did off-camera work. Some of that was, of course, leveling, but a lot of that was doing those side quests. Because, and let's be as nice about this as we possibly can, FF14 side quests are terrible. There are truly rare exceptions to that. There are a few, but for the most part, they're just total trash. So it was fine. You know, some of the most boring content in FF14 was stuff I could literally do off-camera, and did. But you're already noticing the problem there. That's not really an option when it comes to WoW. While there certainly are boring side quests, that's not how WoW is structured. Questing is still, to this very day, primary material, right? It's primary content. Even if I identified the specific things that were side quests and not directly MSQ connected, like, say, the entire quest chain with the mist creatures we did earlier, that's not the kind of thing I want to do off-camera. I could. I've thought about it. I've thought about it. I'm just going to take the whole stream off camera. That's what's good. It's just from now on. Like, okay. Here's the 5-second review. It's great. Okay, next game. It sucks. Okay, next game. It sucks. Okay, the next game. It's great. Okay. And that's just going to be me. I'm just going to get through the queue very, very quickly. I can do it right now here. Someone type exclamation mark next. Okay, I was not ready for that. Get up. It's a good question, Velvet. Okay, so, let's see. WoW Legion, it's great. Okay, PFA, it sucks. Okay, Umbra 6, it sucks. Stranger of Paradise, worst game ever made. Eastward, I don't remember what that is. Colony Ship, it's a CRPG. Dishonored 2, great game. Ratchet & Clank 1, awful. Space Marine 2, probably good. Ace Combat 10, no idea. The Gunk, don't even remember what that is. Seek and Destroy, no idea. Kingdom Hearts 1, total garbage. FF5, greatest game ever. Okay, there we go. Okay, we did it. We're caught up in the queue. Now what do I do left myself? All I had was the queue. Without the queue, I am nothing. Look, Ace Combat X, Ace Combat 10. What's the difference? What's funny is 2 of those games are PS2 games. One of them's a PS3 game. Mega Man audits. Eternal Mega Man audits.
We are the Watchers on the wall. Be strong. Stay vigilant.
Oh, wow. Oh, nope. But only Mega Man X7. Ah!
Discipline. It is the only way.
Yes, Ace Combat 4. Not to be confused with Look, it's not my fault that people don't know how to name things, okay? Oh, grab that.
Remain centered.
The dragon cannons we depend on to keep the thicker swaths of mounted back are running low on ammo. The camp's cannoneers developed an improvised explosive made from the globe seeds down the western ridge. They dispatched a couple of initiates to bring them back hours ago, but we've heard nothing from them. I want to send someone a little more capable to take care of this. Are you my man?
Our fellowship is our strength.
Oh, I know, Papa Nix. The amount to which I care is so little. I'm kidding. But if someone did want to add that back to the list, I will charge double for it, to be very clear. I'm not going to say veto. It's your pit. You can throw money into it if you want to.
What is it?
You can't catch these buggers for the life of me. Kill them! Kill them all!
Beware the western wind. Pandaria conceives
Look,
a great
this is
darkness.
really embarrassing. I set my sword down for like 1 second to gather some orbs, and a big sprite sprung out of nowhere, snatched it, and bounded off with it. I can't go back to camp without it. Losing your weapon is a sure way to get kicked out of the Shadow Pan. It's sacred! Would you please get my sprite back? It mean a lot to me. Well, you are going to give me Chow cookies, baked with love by Initiate Chow's mom.
We serve so others do not have to.
Perfect. Isu kon beito I kusur sukaizu. No, I'm pronouncing it too correctly. Sa keizu abba desepashun. No, push on. There we go. Push on. There we go. I think that's as inaccurate as I'm going to get that. Let's see. Esu combato ekusu sakaizu obu desepushon. I believe is how that would go. I could be wrong. I'm not great with Japanese. But then again, I'm not great with English. Pronunciations for dweebs. No, you know what actually throws me about Japanese pronunciation? Their underemphasis of vowels. And I said that sentence in a very particular way that you probably didn't even notice because my normal pronunciation overemphasizes vowels. That's just that's my manner of speech. It always has been since I was a kid. So, pulling vowels out of focus is just difficult for me to do. You know, Yakuza instead of Yakuza. Delicious databases. You know what I think it is? I just realized the problem with the Townlong steps. And this is something we don't see very often in a modern WoW zone. The gameplay isn't that great. Hear me out for a second. Every minor hub so far has been 4 to 5 quests per hub. And all of them have required a lot of things. Like right now we need to loot 16 items, kill 10 things, and then find a unique thing. That's 27 objectives here. And I feel the need to put that into actual math so you can understand how that's padding. Like, that's straight up padding. That's more like a Wrath zone than it is a Pandaria zone. I feel that because the narrative here is so short, and it is, like, I've told you the entire plot, we're just spinning our wheels right now while we get back to it, that they felt the need to pad it out to make Townlong into a full zone. And I kind of think that was a mistake. Not just because of the obvious reasons, because there's nothing wrong with having a bridge zone. That's just, you know, a relatively shorter zone. In fact, we've already done that in this expansion. Crasserang Wilds was not very large. It didn't need to be. Hell, we did a dungeon and Grassring Wilds in a single shift. That was also especially good in the wake of Jade Forest, which was 3 shifts, I want to say, to get through that whole thing. Because, you know, the Jade Forest was huge. Stop hacking that tree with that sword. You're just gonna dent it. Or dull it. Stop throwing his sword at me. Let it. Yep, dings and dents all along the blade. Great. Whoop, 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 whoop.
We must not falter.
I guess you're a bit faster than me. Well, thanks. I'll try to finish collecting the orbs and get back to camp while there's still some face to save.
Watch the shadow.
Spoilers. There is none.
What is it?
My mom warned me this was going to happen.
We serve.
Oh,
so
you're a
others
lifesaver.
do
Thank
not
you so much.
The war
Yeah, give me that
must
cookie.
stand.
That is a very large cookie. I don't know if I would eat that. Consider how large a Worgen is for a second. I mean, it makes sense. That's a Pandaren cookie. So, of course, it would be the size of, like, an entire loaf of bread. It's fine. It's fine.
We are outnumbered,
Yes, yes.
but not outwitted.
Can we get on with the plot, please?
Against the shadow.
Nope. This is the problem. This entire sequence is interesting, but I can summarize it with a single sentence. The front lines are dealing with tremendous amounts of Mantid aggression and are bedraggled, tired, and having trouble keeping up. That's it. Now, that's cool, but we have spent this entire sequence just on this one camp. We are one camp in. We're actually technically on the 3rd overall quest hub. You get the point. Cheat a little bit by bugging out how vehicles work a little here. Why do you think the Mantid are attacking in such droves, though? I know what you're going to say. Fear. And yeah, that is the answer, but it's a little more nuanced than that. What the hell is that?
Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
That thing is huge. The Shadow Pan holding the battlefront never trained for something like this. Let's go down there and take it out ourselves.
Keep your eyes ready when you are.
Let's go. Oh. There is one and only one spoiler I want, if you're willing to look it up. Sure. If you're not, I understand and do not expect it of you. Now, Evo, she likes spoilers. That's all she cares about. Yeah, no, the only real character we had here was Suna. She's dead. We killed her. I blew a cooldown. Ugh.
Get behind the barricades.
No, I'm good. Oh, that actually hurt. That's fine. You are right, though, Creamy. Like, Taranzu is probably supposed to be our character for this zone, but you'll notice so far all he's been is the commander and nothing else. What I want to know is if we kill Gallywix. Not defeat. Kill.
Discipline. It is the only way.
You're coming with me. I've never felt seeing someone handle themselves in the battlefield like that. I need a strong rogue like you with me when we face the Shaw of Hatred.
Do not...
Sure, I will help you defeat Hatred again. Alright, I'm heading westward with Taoshi. I would like you to come with me.
Stay focused. Keep your passions in check. We've done all we can here. Farewell, Galran. I will send more men as soon as I am able.
Appreciated, Lord Zhu. Good luck in your hunt.
I mean, that's already happened, Mad Overlord.
Come, let us go. It is time for us to continue westward after the Shah of Hatred. We will need more veteran Shadowpan among us before we can confront it. We'll stop at the encampments along the way.
I mean, I gave that scene 3 negatives, Creamy. And I stand by it. It was such a dumb thing. Thrall's naive. He's not an idiot. But yeah, no, exactly, Zeiss.
Do you feel that?
Yes. The Shah of Hatred has been through here.
Yeah, Thrall's gonna make Gallywix war chief, so he learns to not be an asshole.
You, Initiate! Where are the troops?
Lord Zhu, they are down at the bridge, holding off a Mantid attack force, sir.
Help these men get their camp in order. I'll assess the state of the bridge.
Of course, Lord Zhu. You have my attention.
Let's get this taken care of so we can get down to the bridge.
Stay light on your feet.
Okay.
Silent
Scorpions. And gather
Beware
arrows.
the western wind.
I can do that. Listen, maybe if we elect every horrible human being to be the leader of the world, they'll learn responsibility. Oh, that's even better. Gallywix, you are now in charge of the finances of the entire Horde. Again. You see what I mean? You'll gather 120 arrows. Now, I know it's not literally 120. We're getting about 10 per, but still. That's still functionally 12 interact with object quests. Hell, even the flow in this zone isn't very good. It's constantly start, go, start, going. And flow is one of the things WoW has done best when it comes to quest design since Kata. I'm sorry to keep bashing this zone. But yeah, you can see what I mean. This whole zone, gameplay-wise, feels purely Wrath. I do find several of the stories here interesting. And the chase for Hatred is engaging, and I do like the bridge into finding out more about the Mantid and what the hell's going on in the Dread Wastes. I have not done a single thing from it before, no. I know this is going to sound like a strange statement, but I don't play MMOs alone. So I'm waiting for my friends before I do that. And they won't resub until Undermine. Yeah, it's funny, because Dread Wastes gets a lot more development than this. I mean, Dread Wastes does have its problems. But, just to go back to that flow thing for a second. I don't want to spoil too much, but think about the flow of the Dread Wastes. For all this stuff we're doing up here, this zone does not actually directly lead to the Dread Wastes. This zone leads over here, which leads to the gate. And at the gate, there's a quest to go down the wall. And that leads right up here. And that's where the quests actually start for the Dread Waste, is just, you happen to hop down a wall and you see something. And it's like, what's that? Oh, that leads to some wonderful stuff. And then from that point, once you do the initial unlock of Klaxivess, there's vector quests everywhere. It's very flower design. And everywhere you go has another node, which then unlocks another one of the paragons, which then brings you back to Klaxivess. It's great flow. And then there's the Townlong Steps. This is doubly weird because, yeah, I do feel like this is the worst designed zone in this particular expansion. I do like several of the narrative beats here, and I love the visuals. But, it just doesn't have the polish.
All that matters is the mission. Keep your eyes keen.
Okay, so, got the arrows.
I will handle the rest of this. You take those arrows and get down to the action at the bridge.
Okay.
I will handle the rest of this. You take those arrows and get down to the action at the bridge.
No, I will handle the rest of this. You take those arrows down and get to the action at the bridge.
Huh? Oh, hi.
Welcome to the mess.
Mm-hmm.
Taranzu told me what happened, what became of my camp. I would have stopped it if I could, but the attacks from the bridge have not let up. I thank you for bringing the arrows. My archers will make good use of them.
See you.
There's a lot of voice acting here, yeah, Linnerith, which is really strange.
How can the Shadowpan serve?
The Mented coming across the bridge have thick carapaces that shrug off most of our attacks. They have a weakness, though. Fire! Lao Chen's men brought kegs to the battlefield for exactly this purpose. Okay.
Do not succumb to the darkness.
I could see that, actually, Linnerith. Very no-build mission kind of a thing. Good, he's got some health. There. Stand in the fire. That's it. That's it. Breathe deep. Breathe deep. Yeah, there's the bridge they're using, by the way. Giant freaking Kaipari branch, or trunk, excuse me, that's been knocked over. Okay. Well, hopefully things work out as best as they can, Mr. Red. Whatever that happens to mean in this case. Alright, I can do that. I can do that. Although, once again, this kind of helps make the point I'm making here. Like, yes, I know we get the barrels to help this out, but these things have an ass ton of health and armor. Barrels spawn infrequently and only stay on fire for so long. This is interesting. I'm dead. What? Wow. Okay. Okay. That sucks. Try that again. Be a little less ambitious this time. Alright, fire. Oh, yep, nope, they hurt. Oh, 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 they hurt. Dead. Wow. Okay. Guess that's what I get for trying to kill more than one thing at a time. Silly me, right?
We are the Watchers.
Sorry, that was just out of nowhere there. Just die, just die, just die. Just die, just die. Stop stunning me and just die.
We shall never yield.
We have the added benefit that the Mented will leave a broken morale after watching their brethren burn to death.
Hold fast against the shadow.
Let's press these insects back across the bridge. Follow my lead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Lord Zoo, we'll return shortly. Calm. Let's push these insects back.
No, I haven't had time, Fife. I'm sorry.
This is where we make our stand.
I suppose I could have done that instead of actually having fun last night. And I should have. And for that, I apologize. You're gonna help, right? Good Lord. The last time I played Assassin, which was actually over a year ago now, it felt terrible to play, but I was pushing out some really good numbers with it. So I kind of put up with it for a while, until I discovered Subtlety, and then dropped Assassin like a hot potato. Because Subtlety felt good and did good numbers. Why not just do Rogue, or Outlaw? Rogue, Outlaw. Yeah, I wasn't doing very good numbers on Outlaw at all. I'm told that's improved now, but I have to take people's word on that. Oh. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I lived. Ugh. Went down to 14% from the dots. Holy crap. The assassination guide is depicted or inspect. Okay.
Pour this one back. He's almost down. Nice work. You were the right choice for the task.
That actually hurt, too.
Make your way back to Terenzu. I'll catch up with you shortly.
Oh, don't mistake me. I enjoy Outlaw. And I'm glad it's finally doing some numbers again. But when I played Outlaw a while ago, it was like, I don't need to be super ultra maxed, but I do like to actually feel like I'm contributing to a group, you know?
I take it you were successful at the bridge.
We were. My new friend here performed stunningly.
You are to join us in our hunt for the Shah of Hatred, then, Lao Chin. The men here should be able to hold the bridge and repair the camp on their own.
Of course. My staff is yours, Lord Zhu.
The Shadowpan welcome you.
The Mounted aren't likely to return soon after beating like that. And now Lao Chin is free to join us for our hunt.
Remain centered.
We are one stronger. Let's move westward to Renzai's watchpost.
Stay focused. Keep your passions in check. Crossroads are not far. Let us seek out our last member there.
Is it to be Hawkmaster Nurong, then?
That's true, I only hit 2 buttons as subtlety. Sorry, I felt like getting out the same tiger here. Because of course I have all this stuff at Exalted, why wouldn't I? Wait, 3 charges for Symbols of Death? Oh my god. Yeah, I haven't even looked at hero specs yet for Rogue. I can't! I've never gotten a Rogue to 71.
Good to see you well, Renzai. We're here for Hawkmaster Nurong.
Well met, Lord Zhu. He's with the rest of my men, holding the line at Farwatch Overlook.
Farwatch Overlook? I've heard no reports of Mantid in the chasm below.
No, not the chasm. Flyers. In numbers like we've never seen.
Taoshi, the Shah of Hatred is close. Find it and report back to me.
At once, Lord Zhu.
Help at Farwatch Overlook, and then bring Nurong back to us here. Our final confrontation approaches swiftly.
You got it.
Discipline. It is the only way.
I can feel the unnatural hatred surging. It's a testament to the training of the Shadowpan that the forces here have not been consumed by its influence. Unlike Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Silverfur, take these crossbow bolts and bring them to Hawkmaster Nurong. Nurong is praised for all the Wukao for being a flawless shot. His efforts are credited with holding the line here from these money months. I'm hoping you can work alongside him and judge for yourself.
Hold fast.
Yes, that's right. He trusts our opinion on that. Remember, he's pretty much officially got our back at this point. All my men are down at Farwatch Overlook, holding off the Mantid who are trying to fly across the chasm. As long as my marksmen have arrows, they'll ground any Mantid that clear it. If you're here to help, I could use more help clearing them out on the ground. Yes, the humidifier seems to be doing its job, and I'm not coughing every 20 seconds again. Dare I ask, Uthor? Like, I'm already impressed by the fact that one of the Death Knight specs has you permanently mounted. And I know that sounds like such a minor thing, because all it does is make you, in a state of constant sprint. But I'm going to say that one more time. You are always mounted on one of the Death Knight specs. And it's actually exactly as awesome as it sounds, just being a knight. For the first time in WoW history. Oh, I don't remember, Mr. Floyd. Like, we had knights all the way back in Warcraft 2. And now we're finally playing as one.
We keep the darkness at bay.
Durong wants me to pass out torches for burning the bodies. You know what? I'm just going to skip that quest. Nobody cares, and I already have the toy. Moving on. Oh yeah, I'm not even counting the fact that you can summon the other horsemen, so you can have a cavalry line. Oh, that sounds really cool, actually, Uthor. I know they like to do build spenders in Blizzard games, but that sounds like a hell of a build spender. But you're on a horse, Yura. Yeah, look over there. Look now there. Now look back to me. Look back at yourself. Now look back at me. I'm on a horse. Yeah, imagine playing as Arthas, but slightly less evil. I mean, then again, there's the events at East Soap Chapel. I don't know, I shouldn't say that.
We are the sword in the shadows.
All I know is Mirstar. Sometimes you can pretty clearly tell, and then sometimes it's like, whoa. One of my favorites is occasionally a cutscene will play, and I assume I'm actually watching, a video file. And then I see my character in the scene, in the outfit I am currently wearing, and it's just like, oh. Oh. So either they lipped in and out of a pre-rendered file, and I didn't even notice it, or that's just the in-game cutscene approach at this point. Like, they've really been pushing it lately, and I am incredibly on board with that. I do like raining divine hammers on my foes. I was actually thinking about it. I wonder, I doubt it, but I wonder if any of Blade Travol's issues with the viscerality in WoW are already technically solved by the hero specs. Because I've only seen a few of those, but they up the graphics quality of several abilities quite a bit. Like, think about Frostfire Mage for just a second. No, I didn't misspeak. Frostfire Mage. I know that Demon Hunter doesn't look super different. The main difference is if you go with the glaive spec, you see this violet whirlwind of death go out and bounce infinitely. I actually don't know if it's infinite, but I've never seen it cap. I think I've hit 10 enemies with one fling at least once.
Speak.
Well, time to sue you, Ross. I'll settle for $13 million. That's correct. I have never played an Evoker. This will be our first time. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Our vigil is constant.
Throw it on the ground because I'm an adult. Scale Commander? You call in evokers to do strafing runs on your target. Oh my god.
I could use a hand.
I'm here. What's up?
Any friend of the Shadowpan is a friend of mine.
Okay, so you like vehicle sections, right?
Wave of flyers approaches. Take my cannon. Quickly.
Let's do it. I'm ready. Where are they? Die, monsters. Die, monsters? Oh no. I can't seem to hit them. Why can't I hit them? Oh no. Why can't I hit them? No. Why? Oh. Right. Those were the cutscene ones. These are the actual targets. There we go. But you can just call all 4 Celestials out. So, hero talents came out with the most recent expansion. Hero talents are an interesting solution to a very complex problem that every MMO has ever has run into. And that is, you need to have something new and interesting every expansion. You have to have what's referred to as the back-of-the-box draw. Otherwise, players just aren't going to be as invested in your expansion. It doesn't matter how good the content is. It doesn't matter how good the story is.
Is he really trying to fly across?
They need to have that new feat. Yeah, there needs to be some kind of power progression, or else a huge chunk of players are not going to be interested in it. But the older an MMO gets, the harder and harder and harder it is to keep adding new things to exactly that.
It is getting closer. Shoot it down.
Kinda. Okay. Seriously? Oh, there we go.
Nice work. Let's get down there and finish it off.
Yeah, borrowed power was an attempt to solve this exact problem, and it was a miserably failed attempt. So, what do? Well, in the short term, what you're looking at right here is from 10 to 70. You mostly see me playing level 67s, but it's worth noting that for the next several levels, I would continue to get a few more talent points. But by design, you cannot get every talent point. That's build gameplay, right? The whole point is that you're supposed to pick a build rather than just, progress. But what do you do after 70? Because this was Dragonflight. And so War Within came out and they're like, okay, hero talents. Now, hero talents are different. Hero talents, there's no build whatsoever. It's pure progression. By the time you hit level 80, you will have every hero talent. The catch is that every spec has access to 2 hero talents. Now, there's some asterisks there with Druid and Demon Hunter. Let's ignore that for the moment. All you need to know is that for the overwhelming majority of classes, there's top of the triangle, lower left of the triangle, lower right of the triangle, right? In between each of these is a spec that those two is a hero talent that those 2 specs have access to. So this spec has access to this hero tree and this hero tree. Does that make sense? So every spec can pick between 2. And those change how you play. Like we've been talking about, like the idea of running around on a mount, or calling in air support, or raining down hammers on your enemy. I'll talk about the one I am actually most familiar with, Demon Hunter, because that's my main right now. A Demon Hunter can be glaive heroed, or they can be demon heroed. If you are glaved, I already kind of referenced this, your glaive throw, rather than being just a little bit of a quick... You know how like every tank in FF14 has that one fling ability that does more threat? That's what glaive throw is, unless you get the glaive hero talent, in which case that glaive suddenly turns into this whirlwind of violet death that absolutely destroys everything it hits. And I want to stress that I'm not being facetious about that. When I first hit level 71 and first picked up that talent, the one that gave me the super glaive, most of my attacks would do like 5 to 10,000 damage. The super glaive would hit for 150. That is to say, 150,000, to make that very clear. Now, it's not always available. You gotta build up to it. You do this combo, do this combo, do these 2 things at the same time. That gives you a proc, then you go ahead and fling it. But it is a gigantic hit and changes the priority of how you play, because certain specific things you do give you that proc, and the proc is always useful. The other one is Felscard, I believe. I'm not big on names. It changes how your demon form works. So, demon form, the new demon form one is insane. So normal demon hunters have an ability called demon form. I want to say it's like a 2-minute cooldown or a 3-minute cooldown. It's a pretty decent cooldown. It turns you into a demon, gives you a bunch of stats, and makes all your attacks hit more. Pretty simple, right? The new hero talent form of that gives you new versions of each of your abilities, which are demon unique. And a whole bunch of other synergies that go along with it. So your demon form goes from being a nice 2-minute cooldown to being, you are now a wrecking ball. It also gives you the ability to lower the cooldown on demon form. Actively. As in, you do X, it lowers cooldown because you did X. And yeah, no, actually, that's a great comparison. It feels a lot like how sets worked over in Diablo 3. Probably directly inspired. So, you can see how it's a substantial change in how you play a class, and you can see how it feels cool enough to fulfill that back-of-the-box feature. Oh yeah, that's also true. Cooldowns also keep your uptime going, so you can stay in demon form longer, in addition to cooling it down quicker. That's what I'm thinking, Uthor. Because here's the problem. Now what? And you know they've thought about this, right? This talent tree, this is Dragonflight. They could extend the talent tree, but they arguably shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, this is already a fairly complex, well-developed, in-depth talent tree for many different specs across many different classes. Expanding this is kind of insane. So, they gave us hero talents instead. Okay, that's good, but now what? What are they going to do with Midnight, which I remind you is only a year away at this point? So, I don't know. I am very, very curious to see what they're going to do next, because they need that back-of-the-box offering. Now, several people think what Huthor and Fife just mentioned, the idea of expanding... Hang on. You know, honestly, it's hard for me to tabulate that, because I've been doing it per spec. I'll give you a hint, though. It's a lot. This is the best talent system and best build system I have ever seen in any game. But let me show you what I'm talking about. And maybe you can see another class in action and tell me how stupid it looks. Oh, come on back. Work with me. Oh, come on, it's $1. It shouldn't take that long to load. Oh, I'm not even touching PvP talents. Literally. What would you say is superior, Gizlug, if you don't mind my asking? Because there's only 2 games that come close in my mind, and that is Pillars of Eternity. Or, no, excuse me, Path of Exile, same acronym. I make that mistake all the time. And Diablo 3, the current Diablo 3. I do think you're insane, Gizlek. Already. I can tell. I can feel it. Feel it in my bones. D2. Interesting. Alright, so there's your new talents. The difference should be immediately obvious. You notice it's not even visible unless you're 71. It's the stuff right in the middle here. So here's your 2 hero talents. Fellscard is the one I was just referencing. So that's the big one. Metamorphosis also causes demon blades to generate additional fury. While demon form is active, the first cast of each empowered ability induces a demon surge, causing you to explode with fell energy, dealing 145,000 fire damage to nearby enemies. That's the first thing in the tree. Now, all of them are like this. I've noticed this trend of the 3 classes I've pushed to 80, as well as talking to other people. The first talent on each of these trees is crazy, and it's a huge boost in power. And then the rest of these refine it a little bit and give you a couple of options. Like, you notice there are some choices on several of these as you go down here. Excuse me. But like over here, there's your Art of the Glaive, which gives you Reaver's Glaive. So you have to consume 6 soul fragments or use the Hunt. that converts your glaive into Reaver's Glaive, which throws the super advanced thing, which at my level, in my gear, does 240,000 damage and continues to ricochet. It also begins a well-practiced pattern of glaive work, enhancing my next Chaos Strike and Blade Dance. And the enhanced ability you cast first deals 10% increased damage, and the second does 20%. So you can see how it encourages and different playstyles just based on that one talent alone. And there's all kinds of insane stuff here, but let me just show you what this looks like. So let me just play normally for a second. So we zoop up, we do this, we attack for a little bit, pop this on the ground, do this attack. Let's get rid of these. I don't need these. This is your fairly basic Demon Hunter gameplay. I imagine you will not find it very visceral. Demon Hunters are fascinating because they don't actually have a lot of buttons compared to other classes. That's because they are extremely well designed, but I do know that means a lot of people aren't interested in them, and I get that, no judgment. But if I pop this button... I got one more in me. That's Demon Hunter. Forgive me for not even trying to talk that all out, because there is so much going on in such a short period of time there. And you'll notice I've already got 82 seconds left on my cooldown for my big hit. And I have abilities I can do to reduce that cooldown even more. So sorry for a little detailing it, but I kind of wanted to showcase the difference, right? The difference between playing a Demon Hunter and then playing a Hero Spec to Demon Hunter. How much impact does equipment have on your build? So that varies a little bit. I can tell you, I happen to have set right now. I have 5-piece of the current tier set thing. Now, this doesn't really change my build all that much. I'll tell you right now, Blade Dance does more damage. Cool. And Chaos Strike, that's my main spender, deals increased damage and has a chance to reset the cooldown on Blade Dance and reduce its Fury cost, making it cheaper. That's nice, but that doesn't really change my build all that much. Some set bonuses very much change it, pretty much the same way Diablo 3 does. I can actually use a specific example of that. A set I had back in Dragonflight pretty much mandated what I like to call glaive build. In fact, I think it's actually still in my loadout. Yeah, as right there, as glaive build. So, whoops, there we go. So some sets will give you bonuses which absolutely mutate and change the way you should play your given setup. However, stats are just straight increases. For example, I am an agility-based class, so agility increases more or less my everything, to put it very, very simply. That's not literally true, but to give you an idea, if you look at my attributes up here, you'll notice it lists agility, stamina, and armor, and that is it. Because my only primary stat is agility. I gain no benefit from int or strength. And then there's all the other stuff. That's all your extra stuff. I actually could benefit from a little bit more haste. I just enjoy being crit. That's why my crit is 22%, whereas my haste is only 17%. I'm also, as it happens, actually gemmed right now for once. So I actually have triple star gems in, and I do actually have enchants on, like the Chant of the Winged Grace right there, or Crystalline Radiance. So I'm actually kind of pretty well kitted on my main here. Is there a haste cap? Huthar got there first, but it depends on the class. In some cases, yes. Yeah, I also have pretty good mastery at 33%, but honestly, most of what I do pushes my mastery regardless. I should mention, if you're interested in min-maxing like I did on this character, it's pretty expensive. I spent a few 100,000 gold on my gems and enchants for this set. I don't regret it. It's been useful. And it's what helped us push through, what's-his-face? I can't think of his stupid name. The guy who gave me this thing. With my shoulders. Zekvir, thank you. And it's fun to actually be at the upper end. It's worth noting, just to give this last little perspective here, very soft perspective. We went from doing good damage and being able to carry groups to doing absolutely insane damage and being the only ones doing damage in a group. When we actually... Because both Pax and I sat down and did this whole min-maxing thing for our gear. I actually put very real thought into raising my Enchanter, who is 80, and my Jewel Crafter, who is not, in order to try and play catch-up on this and kind of do some of it myself. Because otherwise, the way you do it is you go to the auction house.
I know I'll buy you when I see one.
So... these are the new gems. And if you're going to do this at all, you probably want to go for a triple. You notice all those have triple stars next to them? Whereas these have double stars. And these have single stars. Copper, silver, gold. You want gold stuff. If you're going to bother at all, bother with the good stuff. The good news is, as you can see, prices aren't super hard on some of these. Bad news is, prices are kind of bad on several of them. You'll notice that some of these are specifically like that's an onyx and that's a ruby. The reason that's relevant... where is it? I don't remember where it is. If you don't remember what I'm talking about, point it out and I'll find it that way. Is it on the weapons? No, I don't think so. Is it there? No. Is that it? Shoot, I don't remember where it is. I also don't remember how to bring up the gem interaction. So, there's a thing somewhere, I don't even remember where it is, forgive me, where you benefit from having a variety of gems on. In other words, you know, there's a reason why I specifically have a sapphire and a ruby in that ring. It's not because I want versatility and crit, it's because I want a ruby and a sapphire. Stuff like that. I don't remember what the specific thing is that gives me that benefit, though. That's what I was trying to find, but whatever, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, there it is, there it is. Right there. It's in my necklace. There we go. Blasphemite. You were correct, Uthor. Plus primary stat and crit effect per unique gem color. And of course, I happen to have an emerald in there. Anyway, sorry for the little derailment. But I hope that gives you an idea of what hero classes are and, or excuse me, hero specs are and why they're relevant. Let's finish up the Townlong steps, shall we? We've still got a bunch of scenarios to do and a dungeon. Yes, we have to finish the Townlong steps. I want to get to the Dread Wastes.
Glad to have you.
Excellent shooting, though I'm pretty sure the big bug survived the fall.
Find me for a drink sometime.
Let's get down there and finish off that bug. Okay.
Travel safely.
We're actually extremely close, believe it or not, to being done with the Townlong steps. I don't see anything down here at all. Oh my god. I should also mention that WoW, like most games, has both a soft cap and a hard cap. Like the Dark Souls thing, right? The hard cap's really high, but the soft cap's relatively easy to reach.
How can I help?
Although, as Uthor pointed out, it does depend on the class. Where have you been all my life? That was amazing. I'd be proud to fight alongside you. Well, you know.
I am proud to fight by your side.
You said Taranzu was in Townlong and asking for me. It must be something important.
See you again soon. If Lord Zhu was asking for us, we better not keep him waiting. Let us go.
It's okay, I can fly. Well, like, for example, the way that a rogue, what I'm on right now, interacts with the haste cap is different than, say, a mage. Because mages have cast times. Just to name one very, very simple example of that.
How can the Shadow Pan serve?
Oh, that's true. I actually forgot about that, so thank you for reminding me. Because dots also benefit from haste.
Remain centered, my friend.
Come, let me show you.
I don't know. I don't think FF14 is capable of adjusting dot speed, like,
Look
in general.
through the spyglass. The Shah of Hatred is inside that mantid structure. I suspect it was drawn to a powerful host there. To get in, we will need specially tuned crystals from some of the mantid leaders in the area. I located these leaders here, here, and here. Kill them. Take the crystals. Should be simple enough.
You can actually showcase that dot speed thing. I don't remember which ability does it, though. Harry Daughter. Oh my god. Said differently, or spelled differently, that would have a whole different connotation. Is it this over here? No. Oh shoot, where is it? I have an ability somewhere that does damage based on, like, every 2.3 seconds or something like that, because of my haste. Might have been a different spec. Well, no, Rupture just does basic stuff. Well, I guess it doesn't, but still. The damage it showcases might be part of that calculation, because you notice that's a very strange damage curve, right?
We are outnumbered, but not outwitted.
Okay.
Our fellowship is our strength. Okay. Stay focused. Keep your passions in check.
Help each of the three people against the leaders. Done.
To the darkness.
Also kill a bunch of them. And find the scout. Sure. But hang on. Admittedly, I also don't want FF14 to pull the WoW systems into it. But that's for a very selfish reason. It's because I kind of like how static is the word I think I want to use. FF14's combat is. And gear essentially doesn't matter in FF14. All it does is make number go up. Nothing else. And your rotation is your rotation, and for the most part, is pretty set in stone. That's exactly what I like about it, Bregman. I like making decisions every microsecond. I know, but it's true. I like constantly thinking about what I'm doing. It's actually funny. This entire run, I keep cringing slightly because I keep constantly screwing up my rotation. Oh, rotation's the wrong word. I keep constantly screwing up on my rogue. And I notice it, and I recognize it, and I'm not sure anybody else does. It's probably most obvious when I die, but, you know. For example, I almost hit 5 instead of 4, which would have been screwed. I need to hit 4, which will do that. Then that'll give me a chance to pop this, to do 5, to do 1. One more time. Then we'll pop this. We'll do a nuke, because we don't need to bother with anything else. Like, Normally, I would do a rupture there, but there's no reason to because he was about to be dead, so I did an eviscerate instead. Oh, you know what? Fair enough, Uthor. Yeah, for those of you who've never played FF14, in FF14, the combo system, which is inherent to the overwhelming majority of the game's combat, if I... Let me use a made-up example. Hey, that's another Zandalari. If this was FF14, my bar would probably go 1, 2, 3, and then G, B, G, F, B, or 4, 5, 6, right? Like, there's the initial combo, and then there's the branching combo. And that's pretty much the spread, right? So I would hit 1, and the moment I hit 1, the first thing that would happen is 2 would highlight on my bar. So I now know that that's where I'm at in the combo. I now need to hit 2. Once I hit 2, 3 would highlight on my bar. So now I know where I'm in again. Once I hit 3, both G and 4 would both highlight. So I know that's where I'm at a branch, and I can decide which direction I want to go in. Stuff like that. WoW does have highlighter things, but it almost universally does that for procs, as opposed to combos. Listen, nobody plays Feral. Be silly. Feral's a myth, anyways.
I'll be with you.
Oh, hi, Lauchin. Just gonna break this real quick. He won't hear this, right? Oh, crap, he heard me! I don't know how, but he heard me. So, see, this is a bigger guy, so I hit a couple of buttons on him, right? So we start off with a bleed, just so I'm doing damage the whole fight. I'm kind of glad I hit that. I should have done that first. I didn't realize he had this kind of health. Now, that was a lot going on there, obviously, but I was making several decisions during that fight. Sorry, I know I'm doing a terrible job. Wait, you're a feral. Why would we invite you to Keys? Yeah, muscle memory is helpful. I've actually found... Are you gonna... You just... Okay. Could you help me here a little bit? No? Okay, why would you ever come back down to my level? That's very foolish of you. I am now going to murder you.
Very impressive.
Is that another Zandalari? Nope, that's a normal old rare. Okay. But I do apologize if I get defensive. One of the things that tends to irritate me, because I've heard it thousands of times across 2 decades, is how much of a baby game for babies WoW is, and how there's no thought, and it's all a face roll. Nobody bothers with anything, and there's no gameplay, and blah, 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 blah. I've heard those arguments for literal years. Taoshi? Taoshi? Oh, there you are.
Your move. I'll follow you in.
You got it. That, so I can be stealthed. With this, I think we're going to go ahead and treat him real. So we're going to hit that button, hit our big hit, hit that one, hit the wrong button twice. Jesus.
Good work.
You know what? That's a good answer to that. This right here is the appropriate reaction. Thank you for reminding me, Fife.
The Shadow Pan welcome you. Hold fast against the shadow.
First
Stay
it's
focused.
ours? The second crystal is ours, and the third crystal.
Remain centered, my friend.
We have killed doubt. We have destroyed despair. We have annihilated anger. We have viscerated violence. Let's go ahead and deal with hatred and get a fifth one under our belt.
Our fellowship is our strength. Do you each have the crystals?
Yes.
Remember your training. As long as you do not give in to hatred, you will make it out alive. Let's go!
What's the difference, Spartan?
Come and face your demise.
I'll zoom out a little bit for this guy so I can see what I'm doing.
Hatred inside you drives your hunt for me. You are already mine. Give in. The more you fight, the more your hatred broils within you.
That's a lot of shock. Can we, like, have less, please?
That you are is mine to destroy.
This is your moment, Shadowpan. This is everything that you have trained for.
Let's get down to business.
Defeating a Shah. Not an easy thing. It's a miracle we came out of this unscathed. Taran still blames himself for letting his hatred get the best of him and setting this beast loose upon the land. It may take some time for him to come to terms with this, but it's important that he does, lest he be vulnerable again. We've accomplished a great thing today. This is not a thing that will soon be forgotten. Neither shall you for your hand in this. Thank you.
We could not have done this without you. Thank you.
Notice that Taranzu is just bowed there. There's a lot of ways you can interpret that, but I like that little tidbit. God, stop giving me helms, Jesus. Yeah, processing, grieving, honoring. There's a lot of ways you can take that. We are extraordinarily close to a dungeon. Do I have a dungeon crew? I'm also going to poke my sister, as she requested. Hang on, Mr. Ed. Hang on, hang on. There's my sister. I thought you were gone, Mr. Red. The good news is I also have 3 scenarios to do immediately after this. Like, we have to do a little bit of catch-up, because some of these scenarios were back in Kun Lai, and one of them leads into the Dread Wastes. Okay, Sis is out, which is fine. Yeah, I remember Huthor mentioned he really didn't like Siege of New Zhao. We'll see how we feel like it. Turn these quests in really quick here. Go ahead and get in a position, because Let me show you a little bit of what we're doing and why this is the Siege of New Zhao Temple. So here's the temple over here. We're not bothering with any of these quests because these are basically dailies, and honestly, I can't be arsed. I'm sorry. This is home to one of the 4 Celestials. The last Celestial, actually. We've already met Yulan. She was all the way back in the Jade Forest. We met Qiji. He was in the Cressring Wilds. And we met Zwen. He was up in Kunlai. This is Nizao. He is the only one of the Celestials who makes his home beyond the wall. This is his temple and home. And you'll notice it's a little bit wrecked more than it usually is. Also, if you look over here, there used to be a bridge here. Now, I don't need to tell you this. The fact that the bridge is actually broken says everything it needs to. When the Mantid first invaded, they just... Well, they... The defenders of the temple broke the bridge. And so, you can see what the Mantid are doing in reaction to that. They've got giant piles of Kyperite amber nearby, and bugs constantly working to go ahead and rebuild the bridge to have another attack vector. Let's go ahead and get over here to the actual start of the dungeon, which is right here. Oh, hey. There's a Warbringer up. We should try him. Okay, so... Yeah, let's do that. Let's try the Warbringer. Let's have some fun with it. Looks like I didn't get Spartan. I mean, it sounded urgent, Mr. Rit. Hence the presumptionation. And then Neeks. Okay. So, this one has Horrific Visage, the Scarab Swarms, that sucks, Meteor Shower, so that sucks, and Thunder Crush. He's got an ability you have to spread out for, an ability you have to group up for, a bunch of ads, and a fear. This guy might kill us. I'm going to wait till Spartan gets here. Okay, there's Spartan. Let's go ahead and try this, shall we? Oh. We've probably got it. We've got a full 5 team, but these guys are no joke. I'm going to treat him seriously.
Fear incoming.
No, no, no!
Shockwave.
Wow, I just went through an entire burst window and he was still at half health when I finished. I think we got him, though. With a tank and a healer, we can just endure. We tried this with 3 people once. We did it. It took a few wipes.
Fear incoming. Shockwave.
Okay. Did we get anything? Nope. Meh. Free rep. Nothing. Are these givable? They're not givable. Whatever. I'm sorry, guys. Unless one of you got the rep, in which case, woo, rep. And by rep, I mean mount. Did we get the mount? I don't see anyone getting the mount. Ah, well. So, you're probably wondering why we're entering the Siege of New Zhao Temple over here. The simple answer is because we are tracing the path of the invaders.
We are the sword in the shadows.
I sent a dozen of my best men to infiltrate the Manted Siege, and none have returned. Since you're taking the fight directly to them, well, you'll be in a position to free any who has the misfortune to be captured. Will you do this?
Beware the western wind.
The Manted have laid siege to New Zhao Temple. Even now, Wing Leader Neranok and his forces have worked to cross the final chasm. You must stop them before they reconstruct that bridge.
Watch the shadows.
So, let's talk about trash design. These guys are all fairly basic, relatively low-tier stuff, not really much to talk about, except for the fact that they do two specific things. That's one of them. Anything in this bubble takes very little damage. Them, us, doesn't matter. It just slows fighting to a crawl, unless you pull enemies out of it, or it goes away. You can use it to your advantage, and so can the enemy. The other thing is the goop on the ground, which we'll demonstrate immediately. Or not? I thought these left goop. Oh, my bad. Well, there's goop on the ground, too. It slows you and does damage. Oh, there's goop on the ground. It slows you and does damage to you. Also, residue, which is what those things drop, increases the damage you take from resin flake, and increases your damage dealt by a lot.
I hope they make it this far. Then my strength and skill will be clear to all.
So in case you're catching that, yes, once again, the trash is tutorializing the boss fight. That resin stuff makes you take more and more and more and more damage from it, but it also buffs the damage you do like crazy. What? Wait a minute. Why can I suddenly not see my damage? There we go. Sorry. Weirded me out there. Okay, so, first boss. He's actually a fairly simple boss, but he does a mechanic I tend to enjoy. That mechanic being... We're going to skip him entirely. The mechanic being that he's got this goop in the middle of the ground. It slowly expands and does damage, and the bigger it is, so he'll be empowered by it, which will make his attacks do a lot more damage. However, you can also absorb it, which shrinks it. As long as a player is absorbing the goop, it'll shrink it, and that gives them residue stacks, which makes them take more damage and do more damage. Same thing as the trash, right? So usually there's at least one, sometimes two designated players who absorb the goop to make sure it doesn't get to him and make sure it doesn't explode on our face.
Aha! The lot of you will soon wish you hadn't come this way.
Kill ads.
See, here's the residue. I just noticed we also have two tanks, which might be part of why we're having, like, no damage taken at all. One of y'all stop being a tank. I don't care who, just stop being a tank.
AOE
Allow me
incoming.
to show you the power of amber alchemy.
And that's the detonation. Notice it was relatively low damage because we had shrunk the sap to such a small number. But if we sit out here for a second, well, okay, now Kira White Nose is showing it, but you saw it for a millisecond there. The sap does slowly grow as long as you're not absorbing it. And by slowly, I mean pretty quickly, actually. Do you see how much that's spreading?
Kill ads.
Zip. See?
But I was... Who will...
But for real, when do you stop being a tank? I don't care which. You've got a long cutscene coming up to decide. But I like that fight. Relatively simple, but a decent mechanic, and I like mechanics that put choices in the player's hands as to how you deal with them. When. Meanwhile, Mr. Red is in the corner, occasionally taunting something and giggling. What level are the mobs to you, Spartan? Well, see, the problem is, so far I see your damage as being 0. And surely that's not right. Well, either way, it doesn't seem like you're doing a bunch of damage, Spartan. You didn't answer my question, though. What level are the mobs to you? You are kind of low level, so you are probably doing boosted damage one way or the other. Okay. So, I know a lot of people don't like this fight. They're dumb and stupid and Hitler!
Thanks for the save, but we're still stuck in the middle of the entire Mantid army. Look out there. Too many for us to take head on.
I got him. I can take him.
I have a crazy idea that just might work, but we'll need your help, heroes. Let's give these Mantid a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, like it or not, this fight probably deserves a positive in its own. Here's the deal. I'm going to explain the fight first. You see these little things? So periodically, this guy, Li Chu and Lo Chu, they're going to be over here on the south end and over there on the north end. They're going to grab those globules and pull them up here. That trash is going to slowly but surely make its way up here in waves. You grab those globules, throw them down, and they give a little... They do a little artillery shot, but they also leave a splash of that residue on the ground, which slows them and makes them take more damage. So, that's the first, like, this is all one encounter. It's all one boss fight. So, like, for example, those guys with the explosives, they actually explode upon taking damage. Those guys rush, and those guys are big, slow, and hit hard. And then, of course, the boss himself shows up. Now, the problem is, Huthor is correct. Even doing this on Heroic back in the day, there's just too much downtime. The timing in between waves is a little bit too big. They give us this amazing tool to destroy the enemy, and then they throw, like, a pittance of enemies at us. In all sincerity, if they doubled the amount of trash that comes at us, it would probably work out better. If this was a far more frantic fight of having to pick and choose where you put down the spots on the ground down there, instead of just waiting while nothing's happening, this would probably be a much more interesting fight.
Li and Lo, get the sap into position. Let's get this party started, shall we?
Yeah, even back in the day, people would just go down to there and just stand there and fight the trash.
Fools! Attacking the might of the Mantid head-on? Your deaths will be swift. Swarmers attack!
And to demonstrate what I mean,
Flesh from their bone.
you pick it up, you get a reticule,
Swarmers are coming up the ramp.
And then you do this.
To slow them down.
And as you can see, it leaves that little residue on the ground. And then another one pops up, and so forth and so on. This also applies to the boss himself. You can get the boss absolutely gooped in this tar, which helps out with the fight.
Bring in the air support!
The Amber Wing is flying in. Watch out!
The achievement for this fight on Heroic is to kill this guy right here. Now, unlike everything else about this fight, I like this achievement. This was pretty rough, at least when we first started doing it, you know, at launch. Because this required a whole lot of DPS on him. Notice we didn't even kill him there. Whole lot of DPS on him while keeping up with the trash, which on Heroic was at least something. However, you will notice we are now out of trash to fight.
Demolishers, get in there! Leave nothing but a pile of ash!
Demolishers are carrying explosives. Any direct hit will blow them up.
I don't even have it on my bar.
They are holding us off!
And
Bring in the air support!
now we stand here. See the problem? I do like this concept, and I do like the tools and the uniqueness of it. It's just the downtime is way too much. And there's the achievement. Not that we're on Heroic to get the credit for it, but, you know, that would have been the achievement. Yep.
Warriors! Trample these weaklings! Crush them!
Warrior coming in! Focus your fire!
I don't think the gong does it. I can't interact with it. Hang on. Bong, bong, bong. Nope, I keep slamming my skull into the gong and nothing's happening. Bong, bong, bong. I have decided about Trump, though.
Bring in the air support!
I happen to like the next boss after this quite a bit, too. But then again, that was also a really mean, rough achievement. As usual, my opinions on certain things are biased. Thank you. I have been... Well,
Send everything! Slaughter these cowards! They're making us look like fools!
yeah, the shield fight is a fun one, in my opinion.
Those who fail deserve to die! You have merely called the weak!
Culling the weak, huh? I wonder if that's a Mantid thing.
This myself then. So be it.
So the boss himself is actually really basic. The main mechanic of the boss is getting to the end of the gauntlet with, you know, without having fallen asleep. And he does this thing, and I'll demonstrate it. So now he's engaged, and he will pick someone to just lunge for. I was hoping it would be me. Ah, there you go. And then he'll do 1,000 blades. Notice the initial target thing hits you up into the air, and then causes you to go the other way. I'm going to make Kira White Noise do this hard mode. Evil laughter. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, 1,000 blades. That still hurts like hell. But that's kind of it. That's the mechanic, is you still have the residue, and then he does that big AoE hit, which is mostly just a is your healer paying attention check. Yes, it's a bowl of vanilla ice cream. I, of course, told them that I hate it and would never eat it. Which is funny, because vanilla is actually one of my favorite flavors of ice cream. But... garbage.
It was... it!
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Lee and Lo, go look after our friends down below.
Yeah, I don't know. This feels like a positive and a negative or two, because... Again, even back on Heroic, it still kind of fell flat. Now to have vanilla chili. I wonder if that's a thing, because I know chocolate chili is a thing.
This gate is locked, but I think I have something that will open it. Let me see here. 30-second fuse. Whoops, did I say 30? I meant 3. Go! Hurry! You must stop the siege!
Listen, all I'm saying is, I haven't had chocolate chili yet, but one of these days I'm going to finally do that. It's going to happen.
Nizau's forces attack from the rear.
So he said Nizau. But he also said it really quickly. That's one of like 2 times they say that word. The other time is said by Raytheon during the legendary quest, which doesn't exist anymore. No, you ever want to make chili that's extremely spicy? Add cinnamon to it. Don't mistake me, you need to have other spices, but cinnamon is such a multiplier to spice. You get like a good habanero chili, and then add cinnamon to it, that will burn. Possibly too much. Listen, the only chocolate I buy is British chocolate. The greatest! Actually, that's not really a joke. I do only get British chocolate these days. It's not actually from Britain, obviously. It's the one thing, Tony's or something like that. I can never think of the name of it. They actually go out of their way to buy chocolate from people who do not employ child slave labor. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, you just like being pretentious and believing you're making a change in the world, which, of course, I am not. I am entirely too smart to think that anything I do has any positive impact on the world. But, that is a bit of a hill for me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And, it actually tastes really good. You'll figure. It's like Tony's Chocolote or Chocolonely or something like that. I can't remember. It's pretty much their selling point, is that they don't employ, you know, any of their... oh my god! They don't employ any of the companies that, you know, are evil when it comes to producing their chocolate. Yeah, no Nestle, and, well, Nestle's not the correct word, if that makes any sense. It's the people who Nestle buys from, but you get the point. I mean, the Nerubians is the easy answer, Venters. The Mantid were very self-contained, and the Karaji didn't do anything, really. The Nerubians were actually one of the most prosperous and powerful... nations on the entire world until the Scourge. And forgive me for emphasizing that word for a second, but it really says something. That what it took to bring the Nerubians low was the Scourge. I'd say that's pretty impressive. Oh yes, Rikers beard, I buy only the most spiced of pumpkin lattes, and they tell me that everyone I buy sends 3 pennies to some poor starving children in Africa. Which country in Africa? Yes, that's what I just said, in Africa. No, you're not listening to me. I'm trying to gauge where in Africa these people are that are receiving this help. Is this South Africa? The wilds, the plains, the poor belligerent people of Africa. Jesus Christ. Oh, I see the problem. We have no tank anymore. Okay, when I said one of you should stop being a tank, I didn't mean both of you should stop being a tank. So, this boss. Yeah, go ahead and go tank. Spartan. Give me a second. You don't understand. I am helping Africa. Something about rains down in Africa? I'm not sure. So let's see how much of this guy's mechanics we have to care about. Hopefully we actually have to do them. I like doing mechanics.
Temple will fall. You cannot stop my forces.
Okay, so he's already hitting his first phase here, it looks like. Oh, nope, not yet. Not yet. He's got a lot of health, by the way. Like, way more than a dungeon boss should. A continent? What's a continent, Mad Overlord?
Attack shield.
Mounted attack.
So that shield absorbs 1.7 million damage. So they're going to go deal with the ads. I'm going to do the mechanic. I used to be really good at this mechanic. So, these bombs drop. You have a couple of seconds before they go active. Once they go active, there's nothing you can do. They're just going to blow up and hurt you and explode you in your face. Every time anything, you or the boss included, gets hit by a bomb, it gives them a debuff, which makes them take more damage. That debuff stacks. Doing this on a class that has lots of mobility is a lot of fun. I'm up to 11 stacks right now for a bit of perspective. There we go. Notice he still has the debuff. He's up to 13 stacks now.
Attack shield.
There we go.
Will crush you.
He's still at 16 stacks. Come on, come on. There we go. Give me my bombs. Give me my bombs. I need my bombs. Give me my bombs. I don't know. I like this fight. I'm weird. What can I say?
I have failed you, Emperor.
No, that's stupid, Gum Gum. Why would they follow literally all of human history? No, I accidentally pulled. Okay, I'm not going to overpull here, because these guys have a weird quirk about them. So, I think it's the builders? Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, okay, so you see that hurl brick ability they have? That hurl brick ability they have, it's a ranged attack that doesn't care about line of sight. So tanking this, especially if you're trying to pull the entire group together, really sucks. Because you kind of can't pull the entire group together. Not reasonably. Like, you can do the da-da-da-da-da-da thing. But for the most part, you just kind of have to go through and actually fight individual packs of enemies one at a time. Like this was vanilla or something. Ugh. Like, I haven't been getting enough of that while questing. Oh, that's great. That's, Jesus Christ. Anyways. Kind of thing. So there's this fight. We'll see how much of this guy's mechanics we have to bother with.
You may have come this far. You may have carved a path through my army, but I will kill you, and I will build the bridge. I will do what Pavalak could not.
Phase change.
Woo! Hey, what's up?
Hey there.
I went to sabotage the bridge reconstruction, but you fought your way through them like a true rogue. You have an opportunity to eliminate their leader. Oh, okay, I guess I'll go over.
Talk to you soon.
Sorry. Well, now I'm just gonna stay over here.
I will do what Pavalak could not.
So, I'm gonna point out something that you may or may not find as interesting as I do.
Watch your feet.
What they've been doing with the Mantid is kind of fascinating. In the beginning of the game, you don't even really see the Mantid. They're just the occasionally boogeyman you refer to a couple of times. Then we get to the Valley of the Four Winds and the Crestring Wilds, and we have a brief fight with them. And yeah, there's like the one random in Jade Forest, and they mention them a couple of times. Then in the second two zones, we fight a couple of them, and then of course there's the Battle at Stoneplow. There's obviously something more going on there, because when we free the like 5 or so we do from the Shah, their response is confusion, and they just fly home peacefully. Like, what the hell? Then we don't hear much about them other than occasional background lore stuff until we find out that they're charging here. And now they've gone from being essentially voiceless, nameless death dooms to actually having personalities and organization. In other words, they've gone from being monsters to being an enemy force. And then we're going to go to the actual Dread Wastes, and we're going to develop them even further.
What is it? The wall must stand.
Hello, Evo. Oh yeah, so does anybody in chat... Oh yeah.
We are the
He doesn't have a
watchers
shortcut.
on the wall.
What? Oh. Does anybody in chat... Has anybody picked up the remaster of the Soul Reaver games? The very recent one? I asked because someone asked, obviously the old versions are vetoed, because I've already done tech tests on getting the original versions playable and streamable, and the answer was a hard nope. The question boils down to how streamable they are, which I know isn't something most people can answer for me. Considering it's a modern remaster, odds are good. But some remasters turbo suck, so I don't know. Look at it, Evo. look at my inventory. The old versions were perfectly playable, Magister. I could not, however, get them streamable. Is that another one? My god, that is another one. What I'm going to have to do is just buy the damn thing myself, I imagine. Which I'm hesitant to do right now because money's tight right now. It's not a request for money, it's just a statement of fact. I'm gonna have to look into it. So, anyone want to help me kill another Zandalari Warbringer? See if we can get another mount. That's a fast respawn. Oh, crap. I thought you were already out, Spartan. It's okay. We won't kill it before you get her. Maybe.
Fear incoming. Run away.
Oh, that is a different ability. That's a Vengeful Spirit. You don't want to get hit by those. Frickin' Zandalari, am I right? This is probably about when the Zandalari aesthetic really started getting codified. No, not in Pandaria in general, specifically in 5.2.
Run away.
When they added these guys. And of course, you know, the Throne of Thunder. There's Spartan. Okay. Time to hit some cooldowns.
Run away.
Okay. Good. Nope. No joy. Ah! Ah! I mean, these are extremely good rep. Like, they give thousands of rep. Like, that literally just gave me 16,000 Golden Lotus rep. I am now revered with the Golden Lotus. It's okay. I'm going to tell you a real story, Spartan. Once upon a time, I was going through Wailing Caverns with a friend of mine, and she, fell at a certain spot and could not figure out her way back up. And I thought it was actually pretty funny. She did not. She could not navigate that to save her life. And I had to help with that. So, Mr. Red, are you there and available? That's the one, Schmenoff. I guess, do you want to participate is the actual question I'm asking. Alright, so let's knock out some scenarios really quick. I'm going to go ahead, disband this. We're going to rotate characters a little bit so everyone gets involved. So we're going to get Mr. Red first. We have 3 scenarios we need to push through. Or, nope, I'm wrong. 2, excuse me. No, 3. I'm right. Yeah, no, I'm right. Down yourself, Laura. The answer, Aurelia, is of course yes. Let's ask this differently, Spartan. How many people need to go and or don't want to participate? Okay, War Scouts fall over much more quickly. It was chilly, Evo, and it was quite good. Not as spicy as I prefer, but that makes sense. No one in this family has spice tolerance other than me and my brother-in-law. That makes sense, Papa Nicks. And no judgment, obviously. Here. You know what? I know what Riker's Beard really wants. Okay, so can I... There we go. I have heard that spice tolerance is built. I've also heard it's something that's built in. I don't know. I've heard a lot of things about that. I will say from my own personal experience, I grew up on, like, south of the border Mexican food. It's not real Mexican food, but, like, literally, if I drove an hour south, I'd be at Mexico. Mexican food. Let's go ahead and grab Fife for the first one. And then we'll rotate. And I think I know, I think I know the one that Mr. Ed wants to do the most. Which is this one.
White Tiger watch over you.
Oh god, are we all elves? We're all elves. A Void Elf, a Blood Elf, and a Nightborn. Why did they not... What? What?
Slow down. Until next time.
What?
What do you need?
We should all be time walking. But this is normal. Not heroic. Okay, hold on. Let me do one of the earlier ones, the one that happened back in Kun Lai.
Enough of that.
Uh-huh. Look, we've got these. Oh no, you're right. It's because we're cross-faction. That's exactly what it is. I can smooth that over. We'll figure that out in a minute. Let's go and do this one for now. Because yeah, the assault on Zanvess is a PvP thing. Yeah, we ran into this before with the 3 Wrath dungeons. I forgot about that. Anyway, sorry. So, if this doesn't look familiar, this is actually the tomb where they found the Thunder King's body. So pretty much immediately after we came through here with Lord Warcraft Cho, he sent for the Shadow Pan to go back in, and we went right back in to say, okay, let's see what's going on. And we got in here, and, well, as you can see, things are bad. You notice the essence of hate is everywhere. I should zoom in more so you can see the warrior. This time I'll give you, I'm just hitting one button. Traps are still active, by the way. This is an air trap. It knocks you back and does half of your health in damage. Traps hurt, by the way.
Run, run.
Ah. Dang it. Of course, Spartan. Oh yeah, I put Essence of Hate in my hair, too. Yeah, that would make sense, Spartan. You wouldn't get experience if the experience is locked. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, there really is no way around that. I do apologize. Lunarith didn't like that either, and I don't blame her. And she decided that I was literally Stalin for it. Ooh, there. Ooh, there. Whoa, there. Whoa, there. Gotta love blood attack animations, by the way. Listen, I'll never stop stalling your ex. Now, that's a pun worthy of Evo. And the only ones who have better animations than Blood Elf females are Night Elf females. And interestingly enough, that counts for Nightborn, too. So we have all of the best animations in this group right here. That's hysterical. Oh yeah, Artar and Monk looked really cool when we were playing him earlier. Bavul. Fife is trying very hard to die back there. Fife has successfully died. Wow, I didn't even have a chance to finish my sentence. Doing this in Remix where nobody actually kills any of the trash and just runs straight to the boss. And then they wonder why I'm killing the trash. It's because I enjoy it. I like killing. It reminds me of when I was alive. Okay. Let's see if anyone dies on this fight. Anyone in chat who has not done this fight, do you think anyone will die? There's some of these over here. Listen, he's a bloody bastard. No fun allowed, Magister. No fun allowed. Oh no, I've accidentally pulled. I just realized I should ask if Bladefeld's watching before I zoom the camera in this far. It's actually hard to play the game this far in.
Run.
Oh, that's way too easy. On heroic, that's literally half the time. Ugh. Ugh, I say. That's heck. still a fun, simple, interesting little thing. I do like it for whatever it's worth. Alright. You know, that's true. I mean, there's probably been another Pandaria remix, but who cares? We've already done it. Or I've already done it anyways. Okay. So, just for you, Mr. Red, I'm going to toss you lead. I'm going to leave. And I'm going to grab Bragwin, who's also Horde. Oh, that's a tough question. I'm going to ask the chat that, too. You get to pick the next remix. Let's assume it's good. Let's just get that out of the way, right? I need a Horde who's locked at 67. Who should I bring for that? Ah, screw it. We'll bring our lock. Doesn't matter if what it's going to be like. What would you pick? And of course, as is always applicable, why? You gotta also understand, like, everyone thinks they're gonna do Legion, and with good reason. But Legion's also kind of tricky. I don't know how to describe it out loud. I can see in my head how much work is required to make a Legion remix work. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying it is probably at least part of the reason why that's probably not happening for a while. Whoop. Yeah, Warlords, by contrast, is pretty much designed around the remix concept. If it makes you feel any better, Spartan, everybody was upset about the artifact thing. Everybody. Even people who understood and acknowledged why they were doing it still didn't like it. The only reason artifacts aren't going to be a negative, I've actually thought about this quite a bit, is because we got them back. With the talent system. Same thing with the covenants, actually. Okay. So...
Goodbye.
There we go. Am I demo right now? I am. Excellent.
For the Horde, we must kill Alliance scum.
Because Alliance scum are, as their name indicates, scum.
Mokra.
You're late. Let's get right to the point. Our latest recon shows the last of Shek'Zir's whole forces are holed up at the heart of the island. They're protecting a large weapons cache that Hellscream has ordered us to retrieve. Problem is they're activating the island's defenses, a massive, impenetrable shield that enshrouds all of Zanves. This is where you come in. I need you to take the gunships and shoot down their shield generators. Yes, that's right, Mr. Red. You have to serve Garrosh. Or you can delete your character. Please don't. Please don't.
Go with honor.
Don't do it, Mr. Red. No! Did you just jump off? Ha! For the true Horde, we must all serve Garrosh. If you had an Alliance character, we could serve the Alliance, but we can't. For the Horde of trueness. Shield generators are all over the island, protecting the heart of Zanves, preventing us from reaching their weapons cache. I didn't know you could do that either, Minister. So do remixes change the story? For all intents and purposes, no. In lore, what's happening is not linear, but no. The story you experience is the same. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, you're an observer. You're actually a time walker!
Special coming. Special coming.
Another one. So, in lore, several of the Bronze Flight will do this thing. Well, they will go back in time, and they will just observe events and write them down, you know, as part of their historical documentation. That's more or less what we do during a remix in lore.
Special coming.
We get to experience that particular job.
Special coming.
Warlords is really tempting. Ignoring the obvious fact that it just... God damn it, I get it. Jesus. Ignoring the obvious fact that Warlords fits the remix concept to a T, Warlords also had some very good raid bosses in both High Mall and Blackrock. And honestly, I would love to be able to experience those properly again. I know. Legion also has some great stuff. It's not like it doesn't. But also, for lack of a better way to put it, narratively, Warlords feels like a better fit than Legion. And, well, if there was ever a time to polish over Warlords, that would be a great excuse, wouldn't it? Because, and we know this, sometimes the things they do to patch things up for Remix dovetail over into retail. That's why we have quest markers, to name one example, over here in Pandaria right now. Now that's a minor thing, but you get the idea, right? However, I will go ahead and admit that that answer is probably predicated on the idea that I'm not playing a rogue. That they are, that they're going to do more than just, you know, remaster it. That the remix is going to involve some extra stuff, right? If they do extra stuff to Warlords, that's my pick. Right. Demo. I know what I'm doing. I got this.
Listen, Garrosh is dumb. What that means, you see.
The irony is that in lore, it would be harder to justify a Warlords remix. Because Warlords is a branched timeline, which is gone. So they'd essentially have to recreate the timeline, and boy, doesn't that have some interesting ethical implications. I know we already created an entire branching timeline and consigned them all to oblivion, but let's do that again. I should mention, because it is relevant, that that was something that the villains did. You know? There's a reason we don't... There's a reason none of the good guys craft branching timelines. It's because you are consigning all of those people that you don't evacuate to oblivion. We don't even know if those people go to the afterlife or not. That's... who knows? Look. Rector's Beard. Stab! Okay, Rector's Beard's dead. Whew. Crisis averted. Oh god, no. No, Luthor, no. Real talk, and I've mentioned this before, one of the very, very, very few things that has stayed codified ever since Warlords is how they approach time travel. Please don't undo that. Please. We got through an entire expansion focused on, with an entire story arc focused on the Bronze Dragonflight, and they still didn't retcon time travel. Please, continue to not retcon time travel. We're just running over this place. Good lord. I mean, jokes aside, Blizzard doesn't lend itself towards consistency that much. They are consistent about some things, like the way portal magic works has been fairly consistent ever since Warcraft 3, actually. The way power imbuement works has been consistent since, like, Warcraft 3 again. Sensing a trend here. I mean, I'm not joking when I say that when I realized they had an entire Bronze Dragonflight story arc in Dragonflight, my very first thought was, oh god, they're going to screw it up. Booyaka. God damn, Demo is just ridiculous when I get to unwind on something. That was fun. I got a good shot of it, too, Mr. Red. And then Dawn of the Infinite was legit, and it's just like, oh. Huh. Oh god, Diabolist. Is that the one, or Diabolist, I suppose. Is that the one that allows you to summon a Pit Lord? Because I've seen people doing that. Okay. We've got one more to do? Would anyone else specifically like to be present for another of these? Especially someone who, like, hasn't been. Okay, so Papaneeks would like to go, so guaranteed slot there. Would anyone else like to participate? I know you'd have to group with me, and I do apologize. I know that's terrible. Spartan hasn't done one yet, so let's grab Spartan and Papaneeks for that. Are you guys Horde? It shouldn't matter. Oh, gotcha. Well, screw you then, Papaneeks. No Papaneeksing allowed. In that case, so Mr. Red got in for 2. So let's pull out him. Mr. Red, I need you to pull out immediately. And then we'll get Spartan. And then...
What do you need?
The arena.
Until next time.
Sorry, one moment. Oh my god, it's hideous. No, I like it. I've always liked those shoulders. I think I mentioned that before. I do not like that helmet. It's an old helmet. It's a vanilla helmet, actually. But it does have the right coloration. I also remember that axe. But I do like the rest of it. It's good stuff. Braegon over here is just death, as is her wand. It's just dichotomy of man right here. And then there's me. Hi! I'm here to kill things! Alright, welcome to our first officially sanctioned event, the Arena of Annihilation.
Hey, how you doing?
I can remember running fights out of a muddy hole in the ground back in Nagrand. Come a long day. Come a long way, eh, Woden? Tell you, there's nothing more these tiger monks like than a good scrap. So much so they paid good coin to get me to set up shop here and draw the strongest fighters around. How about it? You and a couple of your friends ready for a couple of rounds? Big money, big prizes.
Keep it real.
Round 1, Scar Shell, mightiest of the dragon twaddles. Yeah, and I say, I got what you need. You gotta really... the voice at the end there. ready for the next fight? Bring it on. Time for the Grummel Grubbin Goliath. 15 feet of Fury Furry. Furry Fury? Furry. Kunlai summons own snow stocking horror. Aw. I only managed 8 imps with that. It's 11 imps. More imps. More imps. More imps. More. Safe to say he wasn't quite. Oh my god. Evo? Evo! Evo! She's gone. Oh. It's a tiny little dude. This should be easy. Yeah, I've got 12 right now. I can go above 12, but I gotta work at that. Alright, let's pop some cooldowns. Whoops. I think my actual max as of this moment in time is 14, but keep in mind I haven't gone past level 67 yet. Someone say yak attack? It's Axe Master Chagan Firehoof, Wandering Warrior of the Townlong. Yeah, we just ran through that fight. I'm kind of sad. It's okay. His axes are on fire, as it should be. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Ah! I'll just be in the flames. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. What are they, just straight up borrowing telegraphs from FF14? And if the answer to that is yes, then good! You just hear my Doom Lord in the middle of it. Look at my army! You know, Blade Devil's not watching either, so he can't see this viscerality. Speaking of viscerality. Oh, that looks nice. I like those. Yeah, no, those are straight out of FF14. Good! Cross-pollinate more. Damn it, I can't get above 13. Anyways, sorry, yes, this is the last scenario for a hot minute.
Hello, man. Vi ser ya.
We're not doing another one until... Gosh. Let me look at my notes here. Looks like... after the Terrace of the Endless Spring. So yeah, then we're going to do... excuse me. We're going to do the Terrace, and then I'm going to show off the Burdens of Shaohao. That'll be tomorrow. Sure, Spartan. Hang on, let me bow out of here. Go fix your time walking. Let me know when you're good. Yeah, we're going to do Terrace of the Endless Spring, then the Burdens of Shaohao. Then we're going to do 5.1. We're going to start 5.1. Then we're going to show off a little Patience, Lion's Landing, and Domination Point, as well as Blood in the Snow. Not really, Magister. We kind of will, but we mostly won't, is the answer to that question. Then we do 5.1. The rest of it, like the actual story stuff. Once we finish the story stuff at 5.1, then we're going to go ahead and start the Isle of Thunder. And yeah, once we've pushed through there for a bit, then we'll do the Throne of Thunder. Then I'll spend 5 seconds projectile vomiting all over the Timeless Isle, before we go ahead and do our very last scenario, the Secrets of Ragefire. Oh, sorry, 2 last scenarios. Secrets of Ragefire and the Dark Heart of Pandaria. And then Siege. And that's Pandaria.
Greetings.
We've actually only got 1 zone left, but we do have 2 meaty chunks of patch content to get through. Alright.
Speak up.
Do the same one.
White Tiger watch over you.
Yeah. It's been like 5 years, and we're finally going to make up for losing that episode of the lore run. I have a character with that quest, just in case. So you were doing an average of about 9,000 last time, Spartan. Let's see how this changes, if at all. That time you did about 10,000 on average. It was spiking up for a bit, though. Damn it, Hathor, no! I wasn't going to get the tusks at first. And then I realized how fun Pandaria Remix was, and I got everything. So, you know, shrug. God. Stop knocking me back. You gotta knock me up first. Come on. Yeah, it looks like you're doing roughly the same overall damage, Sperm. At least at a glance. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. We did actually see one of the boss mechanics, though. I noticed that. Maybe their health is different? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't know how to deal with people in 2 different time walkings? I don't know. There's a lot of twine and twigs and duct tape involved here. Well, tomorrow there's a non-zero chance we'll finish up the Dread Wastes and everything that involves. Dread Waste is pretty chonky, though, so we'll see. If not for the the server outage today, we'd be getting a good chunk of the Dread Waste done today. It is the same. This time. And I didn't forget the server outage. That sucked. Yeah, the final boss is random in here, by the way. I forget how many of them there are. More than one. I got to 15. Only for a second, but I managed 15. That looks like there's 3 of them. What do you know? So I lied. I'm an idiot. There's actually another dungeon to do. Do I have 2 more people who'd be down to doing a dungeon? I actually completely spaced. And I really should get this done today. Try and make up a little bit of lost time. Yeah, we're going to do the gate. Since the gate more or less directly leads into the Dread Wastes. Hang on, Lunar Earth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll find out. No distractions! Let me flip the earlier question on its head. Yes, Gate of the Setting Sun. So I know I've got Bragwin. Hey, DeCastus. Who else have I got? If anybody. No, I know you're distracted, Papa Neeks, and I don't blame you. So I've got Fife, Bragwin, me, obviously. We'll see what we think of it going through it this time. No, DeCastus, no. Don't do it, DeCastus. Seriously, don't do it. It's gonna run through this. Well, we can get Kira White Noise. So there should be a quest here, and there is. So abandon that over here. Why'd you do it? Odd. I should get a sound clip of that somehow, you know.
Slow down.
Okay. Let's start doing this. That's right, Alliance dogs. Filthy human pigs. They're not even human. Sir? They're by definition... Shut up. Do not correct me, for I am Garrosh. The most correct dwarf.
Enough of that.
orc of all time. With that coffee. Nobody would actually drink coffee on this show. Obviously. Oh my god, more coffee. What's with all this coffee?
White Tiger, watch over.
Okay. Let's grab Fife. Who is here? Breglin. Here. Worf would 100% join the Horde. Not the true Horde, not the demonic Horde. The Fell Horde, or the Dark Horde, or the demonic Iron Horde, or the Iron Horde. But he would join the Horde. Oh, okay. I mean, pretty much Kara White Noise. Worf would venerate Thrall. Too much, actually. Like, entirely too much. It would be a problem how much he would push Thrall up on a pedestal. It would be fascinating. Data would have, of course, joined the Forsaken, obviously. No, I'm kidding. Guinan would join the Forsaken. She'd find them fun. Who would Picard be? I saw Lunaruth. And I know you hate to do these. Also known as Papanakes. Fine, I'll get both of you. Hang on. I'm stuck on Picard. Give me a second. Yeah, no. See, I'm torn between the Argent Crusade, the Argent Dawn, and the Kirin Tor. Oh no, you're the Explorers League. You're absolutely right. The Explorers League. 100%. Where's the stone? Am I blind? I'm blind. Where's the stone? I'm blind. Oh, it phases. I was gonna say, I know it's here. There it is. Okay. I cannot summon you, Papanakes. Or, Lunaruth. We can't summon you. That's why I kept tearing myself into knots. I'm like, I know it's right here. Okay, hang on. Damn it! No! Yeah? Hang on. I'm debating if Heart is closer than Siege. Siege is right there. I think they're about equidistant. Whatever. There's nothing else nearby. Is that closer? No. But nothing else is closer. I mean, I guess the brewery might be closer. Hang on. Ah, damn it. Stop. Now, whatever. They're already on their way. It's not a long trip. Picard with the Explorers League. Absolutely. Riker? Riker's a weird one because he is, by design, exceptionally affable. But he's also one of the more militants, you know? Like, he would get along with just about anyone. He would be one of those alliance people who's actually cool, you know? Of which we've seen several. Yeah, Paladin. I could see that. I could see that. Well, there's Papa Neeks. Hi, Papa Neeks. Welcome to the summoning stone does not exist. Guess we'll just wait for the Nehruth now. Let's write down a bug negative. Death Knight, Spartan. Okay, so Data. What the hell would Data do? The Earthen. Oh, yeah. No, that's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. No argument. Oh. Well, she's here. So we can go ahead and poke our head in. Yeah, no, Earthen is a perfect fit for that.
We are the Watchers on the wall.
We need reinforcements. Someone has to fight through the fight. To fight through and light the signal flame. It's all up to you. No pressure or anything.
Stay vigilant. The wall must stand.
The Mented have something they call Rygon. It's a giant bug they're using to bust down the wall's gates. Let's keep that thing from getting into the Golden Veil.
Be strong.
There you are. Oh, yeah, the double veil. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. Right. We got this. As a reminder, we have no healer. That's okay, though. We probably don't need one. Sucks. I mean, we can get, like... Do we have to, though? I mean... Alright, who's the most punching bag of the factions in WoW, do we think? The Scarlet Crusade. That's actually hard to argue.
Guys, I'm gonna bring this whole wall down! This will be the bomb! This will be the bomb!
So, that makes me sad.
Blew it!
This guy's a really cool mechanic. You play Bomberman with him. Each of his bombs lends out a line explosion, and some of them are on the players, so you decide where they go. That's cool. It's interesting. It's fun. And we destroyed him. Good lord. Like Lineruth just annihilated him there. And 5. Sigh. I know, we have an extra deeps. So Scarlet Crusade, excuse me. So Troy joins the Scarlet Crusade. No further explanation required. Crusher would try to join the Earthen Ring. I don't know if she'd have the mentality for it, but she would seek it out. Okay, what's he doing? Oh, God! Okay, we need to not be on the bridge when he's doing that. Yeah, I could see Crusher joining up with the Red Flight once that becomes a thing that she could do. Troy? Oh my gosh. It's hard to nail down Troy's character since she has so little. That's not even a dig, that's just reality. I could see Troy going Druid, though, and helping out with the circle. They do enough work with things that are not, you know, natural, that she could probably be at least a little bit in her element there. And she would be helping.
We've got to go light that signal fire. Without reinforcements, they'll destroy the gate. But the bandits have overrun the area. We've got to go light
They're just moving targets in them.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's fine. The red shirt's gonna be fine. See? He's fine. He's still alive. Nobody fell through the lift. There are giant holes in the lift, if you think about it.
I'll hurl your corpses from this tower!
Watch your step.
Yeah, this boss is an interesting idea. Maybe that's not even
Watch your
enough.
feet.
This boss is kind of boring. I like the idea of a really, really big hitting boss that you have to dodge and, you know, and have a very limited play area to play in. But then all he does is like get rid of the first attack to do the second attack. Both attacks should actually stick, you know.
Watch your feet.
Just leave the strafe run on the ground, so you're stuck in like this tiny little corner, and then you have the poison dropping ads too. Instead, it's just alright, and you just wait. You may never ask a random question if you ask first. If you ask first, it invalidates the ability to ask. Oh god, he totally would. Where were we? We already talked about Geordie, and yeah, that's easy. So, like, who's that leave on TNG? Barkley? Look, he's alive, okay? Yeah, Kieran Tor's kind of an easy pick there.
The gates are about to fall! Quickly! Slaughter these meddlers!
Evo, I swear to God, if you don't ask your question, I am buying you 5 games right now. I'm going to find the 5 most expensive games I can and just buy them for you.
There will be no escaping me!
I'm sorry, Yura. I didn't mean to make you sorry. We're just absolutely running over these bosses. Ugh. Sadness. Anyways, that guy has a cool mechanic where he does this massive cone attack that also damages his allies. And he summons a near constant wave of ads. So positioning is a huge thing, especially since there's also lots and lots of damaging crap on the ground. I wouldn't even. First of all, it's going to hurt. Second of all, ouch. Third of all, ugh. Let's see how much of this fight we can just completely bypass. I like how the gate is completely static there. Just, yeah. Nothing, the gate's fine. Rygon's just in the gate. Somehow. There we go. Target the frickin' weak spot. Ah, whatever. This is really buggy. What in the world? And we're just killing. I can just look at how much damage Lunarith is doing. How are you doing 9 times the damage of what everyone else's average is? What are you doing to do so much damage? Yeah, it's Star Surge. It's just Star Surge. 50% of your damage is Star Surge. Oh my god, that's it. All that Diablo Immortal gems, they're buffing you here in WoW.
We keep the darkness at bay. Stay vigilant. Move like the night.
Oh, it's actually upgrade. Look at that. Whatever. Oh my god, Mr. Red. No, please, please, please! We will kill you, Mr. Red. We'll do it. We're stone cold. I mean, I'm basically item level capped for this dungeon. Or for my level. I am 1 item level lower than it's possible to be right now. Damn. Okay, you're never allowed to DPS again, Lunarith. Ever. Ugh. Arrgh. I am 361. 362 is the actual cap for 67. No, Lunarith hasn't done anything wrong. She's just destroying everything effortlessly. I can't even review the dungeon we just did because we ran over it so far we didn't see any mechanics. In fact, I'm actually really curious of something, so I'm going to do something really quick. Wow! Or maybe I'm not. I give up. I give up. I'm gonna go ahead and chop off for the day. Tomorrow, we're gonna do this quest right here and start the end game. See you guys.